Please go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Thank you. Okay, we are live. Hold on one sec. Good morning, everybody. Recognizing a quorum, I am calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10 a.m. on September 10th, 2020. This meeting is being recorded. We have, as usual, a very full agenda, so let's just jump right into the agenda if we could, Erica. Thank you. I said, because we have such a full agenda, I'm just going to jump into it without any additional comments or updates. We have one set of meeting minutes from June 19th to discuss and approve. We have the standard executive director's report, including one job description, if I'm correct. We have a large number of licensing actions to take, including 3 changes of ownership, 6 changes of location, 11 final licenses, 65 renewals, 55 provisionals, and a couple of responsible vendor training applications. I will note that we have a very large number of renewals versus our historical pattern, and that's due to the fact that, as you all recall, when the governor, through his executive order in the spring, caused the shutdown of the adult use industry, we extended the time frame for those licenses to reflect the fact that they were unable to operate for several months, and that's now catching up to us, which is why we have the large number of renewals. We have 2 commission discussion and votes, and they're both follow-up to the policy conversations we've had on our draft regulations, and they're both about just putting a little more detail around decisions that we made previously. So we'll discuss that when we get there. And we'll go through the next meeting. Actually, we have several meetings coming up, so we'll go through that at the end. I want to thank, as always, Erica Schiavelli for her leadership in organizing these meetings and conducting them. So thank you, Erica. I'll say this again, but I also want to thank our staff, particularly our licensing staff. Based on the numbers I just went through, you can see that they've been incredibly busy and productive, and I'm very grateful to them for that. Before I jump into the minutes, any comments from my fellow commissioners? Okay. Well, then let's get going. As I said, we have one set of minutes to review and approve, and those are from our meeting on June 19th. We're a little bit behind on this, but as you all know, the meetings have been long and content rich. So it's quite a job to do these minutes. We will catch up as we always do, but right now we have only one set of minutes, and that's for June 19th. Can I ask my fellow commissioners, have you had a chance to review these minutes? Do you have any questions or comments or suggested edits? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve the minutes from June 19th, 2020?
So moved. Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the minutes for June 19th, 2020. Thank you very much, and Christopher, thanks very much for your yeoman-like work on keeping us current on minutes. Really appreciate it. Mr. Executive Director, are you ready with your report?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead then.
The first item I'd like to bring before you is a job description, or let me make sure that actually falls with the agenda. So it does, which is the role of a Director of Government Affairs and Policy. As you will recall, we currently have a vacancy in the Director of Government Affairs position with the departure of David Lakeman, who's returned to his home state of Illinois. So with this vacancy, we've examined the role and decided that this does present us an opportunity, I think, to expand the scope of the role, as well as bring in an expertise that, as we've worked through the regulatory process, realized that it would be important to have a point person on a number of policy initiatives and someone that can lead those discussions along with commissioners and serve as a helping hand, in addition to serving as our liaison to all levels of government, be it local, state, or federal. So this modified job description before you does accomplish those goals. and again, is something we would hope to move on relatively quickly, but given the vacancy, we wanted to utilize the opportunity to examine the role and ensure that it is currently meeting and will continue to meet the Commission's needs. So happy to take any questions you may have, but do seek your approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. This makes perfect sense to me. My fellow commissioners, any questions or comments for the Executive Director before I ask for a motion? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the job description?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye. Commissioner
Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the job description. Thank you very much, Ms. Collins. When do you expect this to be posted?
I would expect to first post it internally and see if there are folks within the agency that are interested in looking to make the move into the role. If we are unsuccessful in finding a candidate internally, I would expect to open it externally and do so probably within the next month or so.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Please go on.
So the next several slides are relevant data relative to our licensing portal and our licensing process. This first slide here is a high-level review of the data that I'll subsequently get into, but those highlights include that there are currently 5 applications awaiting their first review. On average, you'll recall that one of my goals for this year was to get the wait time for initial review from down to at least 60 days. I can say to you that is now between 1.5 to 1 day's wait time for review, initial review.
You have my permission to put a check mark next to that goal on your list.
It is something.
I don't mean to make light of what I think is an incredibly important accomplishment. So thank you and the staff that was involved in this. I think this is great progress and on a really important topic. So thank you.
Thank you. It's a staff that continues to work hard as the entire agency does. But also something we continue to evaluate with data to ensure that we're staying on top of it. We're also monitoring any other applications that may be coming in, including supplemental submissions, so applications when they return after being reopened, as well as change applications. And again, that staff and the entire team continue to tackle it. And a credit to Kyle Potvin, our Director of Licensing, and Yao Gibi, our Chief, for assigning and allocating the resources appropriately. But that, I think, is just a really important data point that we continue to jump on top of applications when they come in and get responses out to people as quickly as possible. Continuing that trend, there are 51 applications before you today for your consideration that are accompanied by a staff recommendation. 85 applications are awaiting a third-party response. Again, that's the background check through CSI or the municipal response. We currently have 86,197 certified active patients, and 177 applications have received expedited review, which is reflective of the policy that the Commission adopted not too long ago.
Can I ask you, Mr. Executive Director, the 86,197 certified active patients, are we still seeing the uptick that we saw while the adult use stores were closed down by the executive order?
Not as significant month to month. It has really leveled off, but it is a sustained. So it's a year-long certification. So that I guess a year from now, or a little less than a year from now, we'll see if those folks renew that certification. But we haven't seen the month-to-month spike sustained. It's more of a steady maintenance at this point.
That makes sense to me. Thank you.
So the next several slides get further into this data. You'll see here that total of 6,733 applications. This is the universe that is the licensing portal. The majority of them, 5,197, are incomplete or have not yet submitted a full application to us. There are 258 applications pending and 654 have been withdrawn. As far as activity, you'll see that there's 32 applications that have been submitted and approved for delivery only pre-certification. So that's a process that continues to be rolled out, and folks are getting answers in that same window. They hit our application queue when we're reviewing them. Recall that pre-certification is available for economic empowerment applicants, which receive priority review, or social equity program participants, which receive expedited review. We treat them in that category, and they get that response, or at least that initial review within that 1 or 2 days.
Right. Thank you. Any questions to the executive director before we move on? Okay. Keep going then, please.
Sure. This next slide here is the total of licenses that have been approved by category. You'll see, again, there's 588 total licenses that have been considered by the commission. The majority of 241 are that of a marijuana retailer. There are 177 cultivation and 139 product manufacturing. This next slide breaks it down by where they are in their process as far as being provisionally approved, which is they've not yet paid their license fee. Provisional license, they are licensed as of the payment of that fee and would then be available or eligible for an inspection. 25 are in a final license phase. They've been final inspected and approved by the commission and are awaiting their commence operations, and 145 entities have commenced their operations.
Thank you.
This next slide here is an application vantage point of the workflow that we and our licensing staff engage in, which is 5 applications are awaiting their initial review, which I indicated earlier. 117 have been reopened and are awaiting more information, or we've requested more information. 85, as I indicated, are awaiting that third-party response. 51 are before you today, and to date, you have considered, the commission has considered, 624 applications. Included in that 624 number is the 32 pre-certification for delivery only.
Thank you.
This next slide here is representative of the priority or expedited or general status. So you'll see that there are 240 applications that had secured their RMD priority status. 43 applications have been submitted with the economic empowerment application priority status. 177 entities, as I indicated earlier, have received expedited review, and there's 422 general applicants. On the right-hand side in that column, you'll see that by expedited applications, as you know, could come in through a different modes, which is the license type itself of a micro business or craft cooperative, a social equity participant, a disadvantaged business enterprise with a formal process through the Supplier Diversity Office. And then there are 19 applications that actually enjoy 2 or more of those categories for, again, a total of 177 having utilized the expedited review.
Thank you, Mr. Executive. Let me pause again and ask if any commissioners have any questions or comments thus far. Thank you. Why don't you keep going then, please, Mr. Executive Director?
Sure. So this next slide here gets further into the DBE status for approved licenses. You'll see that the majority, or 506, have not identified as a DBE business. The next largest is 43 have identified as 2 or more business categories. 34 have identified as minority-owned businesses. And again, this is for approved licenses.
Thank you.
Similar data, larger number. This is for fully submitted applications, but yet again, the largest number is 692 did not identify as a DBE, and 73, a total of 8.3% have identified as a minority-owned business. Again, this data here is for fully submitted license applications. This next slide is a little bit of information relative to the MTC license process, which is now fully integrated into the portal. You'll see there's a total of 156 license applications. 141, though, have had their application expired, and 6 are remaining in the management and operations profile stage. 6 remain in the siting profile stage. And again, 141, the majority have expired. On the right-hand side, as far as licenses and where those stand, you'll see there's 61 provisional licenses that have been issued, 15 final licenses, 64 MTCs have commenced their operations, and 27 have allowed their license to expire.
Thank you. Keep going, please.
On the left-hand side is some information relative to agent registrations for MTCs. You'll see there's a total of 11,194. That said, the active registrations or applications for MTC agents is 5,796. On the right-hand side is information relative to the medical use of marijuana program and certified patients as well as caregivers. You'll see there's 92,359 certified patients. There are 86,197 active patients. The distinction there is that there might be a certification in our portal, but the patient then needs to go and register with the program, and that's the difference between those two numbers. 7,815 active caregivers, 275 registered certifying physicians, 83 certifying nurse practitioners. That also means that there are no registered physician's assistants with the program, and a total of 69,123 ounces sold through the history of the program.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. You might not know the answer to this. Do you have an understanding of why we don't have any physician assistants registered?
I don't have a specific answer. I think we've long intended to do more outreach and still need to do clearly significantly more outreach. But we've been actively engaged with the trade group representing physicians assistants and are confident that they, through their members, are interested in the program, and I think it's a learning exercise for them and something we intend to follow up on. But
other than, do you see any barriers that are in the way? I mean, I appreciate what you just said about outreach and the communication. Do you think there's any barrier other than that in place?
I think there are inherent barriers with the provider community as far as whether their affiliation with larger groups and the lack of, or the risk of federal reimbursement and that concern there. But I think that's true for all providers entering the program. But I think that's part of our outreach and our educational efforts is to work through issues just like that and talk through issues like that and further understand any concerns that they might have and see what we can do about putting our heads together to mitigate those concerns.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from my fellow commissioners?
I believe that's the final slide from my presentation.
Thank you very much. So again, before we move on to licensure, any comments or questions for the executive director?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. I think that's great progress on a number of fronts, so really appreciate that. Let's get into the licensure, and as I mentioned, we have 6 categories of things we're going to cover: changes of ownership, changes of location, final licenses, renewals, provisional licenses, and approval of applicants for responsible vendor training, and we'll go through it in that sequence, starting with changes of ownership. Mr. Potvin, I see your icon, but I don't see your face. There you go. How are you, Mr. Potvin?
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. So let's get into it. Let's start with changes of ownership. We have 3, starting with Hidden Hemlock LLC.
That is correct. The first licensee here requesting a change of ownership is Hidden Hemlock LLC. It is a micro business license. They're seeking to add 2 individuals to their license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review. With that said, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. My fellow commissioners, any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Commissioner Title? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you raised your hand. I apologize. Then let me ask, please, for a motion to approve staff recommendation on change of ownership for Hidden Hemlock LLC. Commissioner Flanagan, would you make such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Hidden Hemlock LLC. Thank you. Next up is Sunmass 2 LLC. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Sunmass 2 LLC. They're seeking to change ownership and control over their adult use retail license. They're seeking to add 1 individual to this license. There's additional information contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review. With that said, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Title, could I ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on Sunmass 2 LLC?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Title,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Sunmass 2 LLC. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Uproot LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Uproot LLC. They were formerly known as Magic Dragon LLC. They currently hold a micro business license. They're seeking to change ownership and add one owner to this license. There's additional information contained within the executive summary for the commission's review. With that said, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this change of ownership, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Uproot LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Title,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Uproot LLC. Any other changes of ownership at this time, Mr. Potvin?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move into the next topic, which is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 requests for changes of location. Mr. Potvin, is there any reason, in your opinion, that we can't treat these as a roster?
I don't believe so, sir.
You're saying you don't have any problem with us doing that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Then let me ask for your overview then of this roster, A through F, please. Mr. Potvin?
Absolutely. So the 6 licensees that are changing, requesting a change of ownership. The first licensee is
Change of location.
I'm sorry, change of location. I apologize. The 6 licensees requesting a change of location include Apical Inc., which is their 2 adult use licenses for cultivation and product manufacturing, moving from Chicopee to Fitchburg. Apotheca Inc., which is requesting to move their medical marijuana treatment center dispensary location from one place in Arlington to another location in Arlington. Bud's Goods and Provisions Corp. is seeking to relocate their adult use retail location from Lakeville to Watertown. Emerald Grove Inc. is seeking to move their adult use cultivation and product manufacturing licenses from one location in Middleborough to another location in Middleborough. Nova Farms is seeking to move their indoor cultivation adult use license to from Attleboro to Sheffield. And the last licensee who is seeking a change of ownership is TDMA.
Location.
I'm sorry?
Change of location. You said change of ownership again.
I apologize again. A change of location. The last one is TDMA Orange LLC. They're seeking to change locations for their adult use cultivation and product manufacturing licenses from one location in Orange to another location in Orange.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there any questions or comments from the commission for Mr. Potvin on these applications? Is there any objection to treating this as a roster from any of the commissioners? Then could I ask, please, for a motion to approve the roster of changes of location? Commissioner Flanagan, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Title,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the roster of changes of location from staff recommendations. Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Let us now move into renewals. As I mentioned up front, there's a large number of them, I think 65 if my math is correct. And this does reflect kind of the one-time extension that we gave operators that were shut down by the governor's executive order, catching up with us. So I don't expect this is going to be a consistent size, but it's a large roster. What I'd like to do is break it into 4 tranches, if I could. 2 tranches for adult use. So adult use renewals are items A through XX, which is on the next slide. I'd like to treat one roster as all, but if you go back again, I'm sorry, Eric, if you go back to the previous slide, One roster will be all renewals A through XX, with the exception of L and M, where Commissioner Title has asked to be recused. And we'll do the same thing. I'll go into the detail when we get to adult use. But right now, we are going to consider the entire roster of renewals A through XX, with the exception of L and M, the two Temescal Wellness of Massachusetts renewal applications. I would also like to read conditions that Commissioner Flanagan would like to apply to all adult use renewal applications. So let me do that. First, Commissioner Flanagan moves that within 90 days of the removal of the state of emergency declaration, all adult use licensees must notify the Cannabis Control Commission of updated actions taken on plans to positively impact disproportionately harm people. Second, Commissioner Flanagan moves that within 90 days of the removal of the state of emergency declaration, all adult use licensees must notify the Cannabis Control Commission of updated actions taken on diversity plans. Did I read those correctly, Commissioner Flanagan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So again, what I would like to do is ask for a motion to approve renewals A through XX, with the exception of L and M, subject to the two conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. But before I ask for such a motion, are there any other comments or questions or requested motions or requested conditions? Okay, then could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner McBride?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Title. Would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation on renewals for items A through XX, with the exception of items L and M. Thank you. Let's move on to the second tranche, which are items L and N. So specifically, Temescal Wellness of Massachusetts LLC, MRR 205593, and Temescal Wellness of Massachusetts LLC, MRR 205604. Commissioner Title has asked to be recused from this discussion and vote. Can I ask Commissioners McBride or Flanagan, do you have any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation for renewal for items L and M, subject to the two additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Title or Commissioner McBride, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation on renewal for items L and M by a vote of 3 in favor. Commissioners Flanagan, McBride, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Title recused. Thank you. If we could move on 2 slides, please, I'm sorry, 1 slide, please. Thank you, Erica. Again, items double Y through triple M are medical renewal applications. Once again, I'm going to ask that we do this in 2 tranches. Tranche 1 will be every medical renewal from double Y through triple M, with the exception of triple F, Mission, Massachusetts, where Commissioner Title has requested to be recused. So let's go through that. Then the first tranche is double Y through triple M, with the exception of triple F. Are there any comments or questions prior to my asking for a motion? Commissioner Title, these are the ones that you're not recused from, so can you come back on? Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner Title, or comments?
No.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Flanagan, if I'm correct, the conditions that you requested on adult use were solely for adult use, not for the medical dispensaries, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Then can I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on renewals for double Y through triple M, with the exception of triple F? Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Title? Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue renewals for the roster of double Y through triple M with the exception of triple F. Thank you. The next roster is triple F, Mission, Massachusetts, RMD 1125. Commissioner Title is asked to be recused. Commissioners McBride or Flanagan, do you have any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on renewal for Mission, Massachusetts Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation on renewal for Mission, Massachusetts Incorporated, RMD 1125 by a vote of 3 in favor. Commissioners Flanagan, McBride, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Title recused. Thank you very much. Mr. Potvin, do we have any other renewals at this point in time?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. And let's move on to the next group of applications, which are for final licenses.
That's correct.
Yes, I was actually asking Erica to put the next slide up, but thank you, Mr. Potvin. We have a number to review here. I did want to make one comment on that. For those of you, the sharp observers of our proceedings, the initial agenda that was published did not include A and B, the two Cultivate Holdings applications. That was really through a technology issue where the file did not download completely between our licensing staff and our chief of staff as they put together the slides for this. We recognized that error quickly, caught it, and it is absolutely appropriate to put it back on the agenda. My apologies to Cultivate. I don't hope you agree there's no damage done. You're on the agenda as intended, but we apologize if we caused any angst in the 24 hours it took us to get this corrected. But we're, I think, where we need to be, and I thank the staff for catching the issue and correcting the issue. So thanks, everybody. That being said, we do treat the final licenses as one roster. I am not aware of any request by commissioner to pull one or more of these from the roster, but let me pause now to see if there are any requests to pull any one of these licenses from the roster. Commissioner Title.
No request to pull anything from the roster, but I'd just like to make a comment.
Please go ahead.
I just want to say how great it is to see the expedition policy working with another micro business and multiple minority-owned businesses. And I wanted to specifically congratulate Elevate Cannabis as the first, to my knowledge, Black-owned business that is not a economic empowerment or social equity business.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve staff recommendation, issue final licenses to this roster? Commissioner Title, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to this roster. Thank you very much. Mr. Potvin, are there any other final licenses to be reviewed at this point in time?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll get into what I'm sure is going to be the lengthiest part of our licensing discussion, which is staff recommendations on provisional licenses. Mr. Executive Director kept saying 51. By my count, we have 55, so I think that's correct. Given that we go through the alphabet twice and then there's 3 additional, it's 52 plus 3 is 55. But anyway, we have a large number to do.
And
yes, Mr.
Chairman, if I may, you're actually both correct. And the reason why there's a discrepancy.
That's such a politically astute statement, Mr. Potvin.
Well, I am an attorney, which we like to point out sometimes, but you are both correct. And the reason for the difference in the numbers is that there's 51 adult licenses recommendations, and the 4 medical ones, as just a point of reference, are the first 4 MTC applications that are going through our electronic licensing system, Mass CIP, for the first time.
Gotcha. That was very, very politically astute, Mr. Pockman. I think you have a long and successful career ahead of you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's
Mr.
do,
Chairman,
yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
can I request a brief recess?
Sure. How long would you like, Commissioner Flanagan?
2 minutes.
Okay, well, can we do 5? So it's, I've got 10:35, so let's recess until 10:40.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, Commissioners McBride, Title, and Flanagan, you set? You're all, looks like you're all back. So we're back in session at 10:40 a.m. Mr. Potvin, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready to go, Mr. Potvin?
I am, sir.
Okay, so let's get started. First up is Cultivate Holdings LLC, RMD A3193, which is a vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee, the applicant here is Cultivate Holdings LLC. They're seeking to be licensed as a medical marijuana treatment center. They have a proposed location for their cultivation and product manufacturing location at 100 Campanelli Drive in Uxbridge. They are proposing for their dispensary location 250 Worcester Road in Framingham. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of conditions requested by both Commissioner McBride and myself. So Commissioner McBride, would let me read her requested condition, which is prior to final licensure, the applicant shall amend its inventory procedures to explicitly state that any discovery of inventory discrepancies shall be considered to be a reportable incident under 501.109, Section 9, and the Commission shall be notified of the discrepancy.
Chair, I'm sorry. I just, the site is 501.110.
Okay, I'm sorry, did I misread that? I apologize for that, Commissioner McBride. Other than that, I got it right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And then I would like to request the following conditions on this provisional license. First, specify which specific cohort you are seeking to impact. Second, clarification as to why the applicant is reaching out to the Boston City Council when the facilities are located in central Massachusetts. Third, clarification on how donations to the following groups will directly impact the specific cohorts Cultivate is seeking to impact. And those groups are Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, Crohn's and Colitis Foundation, One Mission, Project Place, and Home Base. In addition to those requested conditions, are there any other questions or comments or additional conditions requested by the commissioners on this application? Okay, then could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cultivate Holdings LLC subject to conditions requested by Commissioner McBride and myself? Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Title? Can I have a second, please, Commissioner McBride?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Abstain.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cultivate Holdings LLC with a vote of 3 in favor, Commissioners McBride, Title, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Flanagan abstaining. Thank you very much. Mr. Potvin, I should have mentioned at the beginning, in previous meetings, we have both specified the priority or expedited status of applications, and so I'm going to actually bestow that honor on you. I'm not going to ask you to repeat what I said. I'm going to just let you designate the status, please, if you would, when you go through these.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let us move on to the second, MJ's Market Incorporated, RMDA 3229, which is a vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is MJ's Market Incorporated. Their proposed location for all 3 of their operations is 13 Centennial Drive, Grafton. With my apologies, that's for cultivation and dispensing. Their product manufacturing is at 15 Centennial Drive. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of a condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan on this application, which is quote, clarification on how a donation to Cultivated will directly benefit the residents of Worcester. Are there any other questions, comments, or requested conditions? Thank you. Then Commissioner Flanagan, could I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to MJ's Market Incorporated, subject to the condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to MJ's Market Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Mr. Potvin, next up is New England Treatment Access, LLC, RMDA 3028, Vertically Integrated Medical Marijuana Treatment Center. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is New England Treatment Access LLC. They are seeking to obtain a medical marijuana treatment center license. For their cultivation and product manufacturing operations, they propose to be at 5 Forge Parkway in Franklin. For their dispensary location, they propose to be at 162 Grove Street in Franklin. Contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Again, I'm aware of one request for additional conditions by Commissioner Flanagan. And there are actually two conditions requested. First is specify which specific cohort you are seeking to impact. And second, clarification on how a donation to Cultivated Ed will impact that cohort. Are there other questions or comments or requested conditions on this application? Then could I ask please from Commissioner Flanagan, I seem to have lost you.
No, I'm here.
Okay, fine. Can I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New England Treatment Access LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner McBride, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New England Treatment Access LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Mr. Potvin, let's move on. Silver Therapeutics, RMDA 3059, Vertically Integrated Medical Marijuana Treatment Center. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Silver Therapeutics Incorporated. They're seeking to be licensed as a medical marijuana treatment center for all three operations: cultivation, product manufacturing, and dispensing at the following locations: 717-721 American Legion Highway, located in Boston. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additionally requested conditions, but can I ask commissioners or comments, questions, or conditions on this license application? Okay, then Commissioner Title, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Silver Therapeutics Incorporated?
So moved.
Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Silver Therapeutics Incorporated. That's it in terms of medical applications. So the remaining 51, to go back to your point, Mr. Potvin, the remaining 51 are adult use, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's go on then. So first up in adult use is 15 Arch LLC, MCN 281903, Tier 1 Indoor Cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is 15 Arch LLC. Their proposed location is 15 Arch Street, located in Greenfield. They are seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license. As a note, this applicant was a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of one request for an additional condition here from Commissioner Title, which is revised diversity plan goal to recruit 20% women to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other questions or comments or additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners? Okay. Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to 15 Arch LLC, subject to additional conditions requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride. Commissioner McBride, have we lost you?
I'm sorry, my connection is not that great. Aye.
Thank you. It's good enough. Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to 15 Arch LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title by unanimous vote. Thank you. Mr. Potvin, next up is Cultivana LLC. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Looking at the wrong sheet here. I apologize. Next up is 617 Therapeutic Health Center Incorporated, MCN 282414, which is Tier 6 indoor cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is 617 Therapeutic Health Center Incorporated. Their proposed location is 1073 Main Street, located in Millis. They are seeking a Tier 6 indoor cultivation license. Again, this applicant was also a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners, but could I ask, are there comments, questions, or conditions requested? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to 617 Therapeutic Health Center Incorporated? Commissioner Flanagan, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to 617 Therapeutic Health Center Incorporated. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Berkshire Kind Incorporated, MCN 282303, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Berkshire Kind Incorporated. The proposed location is 50 Woodland Avenue, located in Pittsfield. They're seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license. This applicant also was a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners on this application, but are there questions, comments, or conditions requested? Commissioner McBride, could I ask you to make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Berkshire Kind Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Berkshire Kind Incorporated. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Caregiver Patient Connection, MRN 282231 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Caregiver Patient Connection, planning to do business as Local Roots. Their proposed location is 365 Main Street, located in Sturbridge. They are seeking a retail license. Again, this applicant was also a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license, but can I ask my fellow commissioners comments, questions, or additional conditions requested? Okay, then Commissioner Title, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Caregiver Patient Connection?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Caregiver Patient Connection. Thank you. Next up is Coastal Solutions, MTN 281365, a third-party transporter. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Coastal Solutions. Their proposed location is 11 Richards Road, Unit 9, located in Plymouth. They are seeking a third-party transportation license. This applicant was a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of one additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan on this application, specifically resubmit plan to include more than hiring. Is that correct, Commissioner Flanagan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions or requested conditions on this application? Then could I ask Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Coastal Solutions subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Coastal Solutions, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you. Next up is Coyle Brothers LLC, MPN 281388, product manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Coyle Brothers LLC. Their proposed location is 325 Air Road, Unit 116, located in Harvard. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. This is also a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners on this license application, but can I ask, are there questions, comments, or conditions requested? Yeah. Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Coyle Brothers LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Coyle Brothers LLC. Let's move on. Next one, Mr. Potvin, Cultivana LLC, MPN 281871, product manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Cultivana LLC, proposing to do business as Tank. Their proposed location is 68 Tenney Street, located in Georgetown. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. This applicant did receive expedited review due to the fact that one of the owners is a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Title has requested an additional condition on this license, which is revised diversity plan goal to employ a workforce consisting of 20% women to be objectively reasonable. Any other comments or questions or requested conditions on this license application? Then could I ask Commissioner Title, please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cultivana LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cultivana LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you. Mr. Potvin, next up, Delta 420 LLC, MRN 281779, retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Delta 420 LLC, proposing to do business as Buds and Roses. Their proposed location is 199 Main Street, located in Blackstone. They're seeking a retail license. This applicant did receive expedited review due to being a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, catch me up. I'm sorry. The license we're reviewing here, Mr. Putman?
Is Delta 420.
Yeah, fine. I just want to make sure I was still on track. Okay, thank you. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on this license, but can I ask my fellow commissioners, are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Delta 420 LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tittle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Delta 420 LLC. Thank you. Next up is E&J Supply LLC, MCN 281931, Tier 2 Indoor Cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is E&J Supply LLC. Their proposed location is 401 Mill Valley Road, located in Belchertown. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license. This applicant is a general applicant. There's additional information contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm aware of one additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan, which is to resubmit plan to include more than hiring. Are there any other questions or comments or requested conditions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to E&J Supply LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tittle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Flanagan, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to E&J Supply LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next are two from Emerald Grove Incorporated. These are co-located, Mr. Potvin?
That's correct.
Then let's please treat them as one. We'll have one vote on them. So if you could go through both Emerald Grove Incorporated MCN 282426, which is Tier 1 Indoor Cultivation, as well as Emerald Grove Incorporated MPN 281770, Product Manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Emerald Grove Incorporated. Their proposed location is 370 Wareham Street, Lot 2, Building 3, located in Middleborough. They're seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Both applications were considered general applications. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of two provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Tittle has requested an additional condition on both of these applications, which is revised diversity plan goal to ensure staff is comprised of 15% women to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions or requested conditions on this on these two applications? Okay, then could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue two provisional licenses to Emerald Grove Incorporated, MCN 282426 and MPN 281770, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue two provisional licenses to Emerald Grove Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Tittle. Okay, we're going to treat the Evergreen Strategies separately, Mr. Potvin. So if we can start with the first, Evergreen Strategies LLC, MCN 281368, Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Evergreen Strategies LLC. Their proposed location is 0 Hotwell Street, located in West Boylston. They are seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license. They are also seeking a product manufacturing license at the same location. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on this specific Evergreen Strategies LLC application, but are there comments or questions before I ask, or additional conditions requested before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Evergreen Strategies LLC, MCN 281368?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. So let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Evergreen Strategies LLC, MCN 281368. Next up is Evergreen Strategies LLC, MPN 281877, product manufacturer, Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Evergreen Strategies LLC. Their proposed location is 0 Hotwell Street, located in West Boylston. They are seeking a product manufacturing license, and they are a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner McBride has requested an additional condition on this application, which is, quote, final licensure is subject to the applicant providing Commission staff upon inspection with a detailed list of all proposed products to be produced with specific information as to types, forms, shapes, colors, and flavors. Are there any additional questions or comments or additional conditions requested on this application? Then could I ask Commissioner Title, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Evergreen Strategies LLC, MPN 281877, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner McBride?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that the commission, or excuse me, I'm sorry, Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
I apologize. Let me just for the record state that the motion was made by Commissioner Title, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, would you repeat your vote, please?
Aye.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Evergreen Strategies LLC, MPN 281877, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner McBride. Next up is Evergreen Strategies LLC, MRN 283100, retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant, again, here is Evergreen Strategies LLC. Their proposed location is 20 George Hannum Street, Suite B, located in Belchertown. They are seeking a retail license. Again, this applicant was a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners on this license application. Are there comments, questions, or conditions from any one of my fellow commissioners? Then Commissioner Todd, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Evergreen Strategies LLC, MRN 283100?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Evergreen Strategies LLC, MRN 283100. Thank you very much. Next up, we have two applications from Four Trees Holyoke LLC, but they are not co-located, if I'm correct, Mr. Potvin?
They are, in fact, co-located.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Misread my notes. So could we go over both of them, please?
Sure. The applicant here is Four Trees Holyoke LLC. The proposed location is 1 Cabot Street, located in Holyoke. They're seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license as well as a retail license. Both applications were considered general applications. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any conditions requested by my fellow commission, additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners. Commissioners, do you have any questions, comments, or conditions requested on these 2 applications? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to 4 Trees Holyoke LLC? Commissioner McBride, would you make such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tittle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to 2 provisional licenses to 4 Trees Holyoke LLC, MCN 282497 and MRN 283237. Thank you. Mr. Potvin, next up, Fresh Fields Gloucester LLC, MRN 282315, retail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Fresh Fields Gloucester LLC. The proposed location is 75 Essex Avenue, located in Gloucester. They're seeking a retail license. This applicant is also a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on this application, but are there comments, questions, or additional conditions requested? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Fresh Fields Gloucester LLC? Commissioner Tittle, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Tittle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Fresh Fields Gloucester LLC. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, is Fresh Fields Lowell LLC, MRN 283066, retail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Fresh Fields Lowell LLC. The proposed location is 1148 Bridge Street, located in Lowell. They're seeking a retail license. Again, this applicant was a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any conditions, additional conditions being requested on this application. Are there questions, comments, or additional conditions before I ask for a motion? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner McBride to please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Fresh Fields Lowell LLC, MRN 283066.
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask Commissioner Tittle to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the recommendation to issue a provisional license to Fresh Fields Lowell LLC, MRN 283066. Thank you. Next up, Full Harvest Moons Incorporated, MRN 283351, retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Full Harvest Moons Incorporated. The proposed location is 1201 Westford Street, located in Lowell. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive expedited review as it is a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any conditions, additional conditions being requested on this application. Are there questions, comments, or additional conditions being requested? Then could I ask Commissioner Tittle, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Full Harvest Moons Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Tittle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Full Harvest Moons Incorporated. Excuse me. Next up, Good Chemistry Nurseries of Massachusetts LLC. These are co-located, Mr. Hoffman?
That's correct, sir.
So let's treat them, let's go over both of them at the same time. So first application is MCN 282540, which is Tier 3 indoor cultivation. The second application is MPN 281816, product manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Good Chemistry Nurseries of Massachusetts LLC. The proposed location is 390 Hopping Brook Road, located in Holliston. They are seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license and a product manufacturing license. Both applications were considered to be general applications. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions being requested on these 2 applications. Are there questions, comments, or conditions requested? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to Good Chemistry Nurseries of Massachusetts LLC. Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Title?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride,
Aye.
Commissioner Title,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to Good Chemistry Nurseries of Massachusetts LLC. Thank you. Mr. Potvin, next up is Greenhouse Naturals LLC, MRN 282334, retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Greenhouse Naturals LLC. The proposed location is 11-23 Enon Street, located in Beverly. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I should note that Commissioner McBride has asked to be recused from this discussion and vote. And I also am aware of Commissioner Title having a requested additional condition, which is, quote, revised diversity plan goal to recruit and maintain a staff with 10% women to be objectively reasonable. Commissioners Flanagan or Title, do you have any additional conditions to be requested, or any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Then Commissioner Title, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Greenhouse Naturals LLC, MRN 282334, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, are you willing to make a motion here, or would you like me to make the second? I'm sorry.
Could you, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. Absolutely. So I'll second the motion. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Hoffman. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved, or excuse me, the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Greenhouse Naturals LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Title by a vote of 3 in favor, Commissioners Flanagan, Title, and Hoffman, with Commissioner McBride recused. Thank you very much. The next, just to set everybody's expectations, I'm wearing down, as I usually do during these provisional rosters. So I'm going to suggest after we get through the next 3 and this page, we're about halfway through, I'm going to suggest we take a short break, if that's okay with my fellow commissioners. Mr. Potvin, you're okay with that as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So let's keep going then. The next up on the agenda is Heel Sturbridge Incorporated, MRN 283323 retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Heel Sturbridge Incorporated. The proposed location is 660 Main Street, located in Sturbridge. They are seeking a retail license. This applicant also was a general applicant. The additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Title has requested an additional condition on this application, which is, quote, revised diversity plan goal to hire and maintain people from various groups, including women, at the rate of 20% of the workforce to be objectively reasonable. I am not aware of any other requests for additional conditions. Commissioners, are there questions, comments, or additional conditions requested? Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Heal Sturbridge Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Sorry, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Heal Sturbridge Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Next up is Impressed LLC, MCN 282148, Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation. Mr. Bachman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Impressed LLC. The proposed location is 15 Commercial Way, located in Hanson. They are seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license. This application was a general application as well. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Flanagan has requested an additional condition on this license, which is, quote, resubmit plan to include more than hiring. Are there questions, comments, or additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners? Then could I ask Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Impressed LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Impressed LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next up is Krishna Lennox LLC, MRN 283357 Retail. Mr. Bachman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Krishna Lennox LLC. The proposed location is 55 Pittsfield Road, Unit 2, Lennox Commons, located in Lennox. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive expedited review because it is a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bachman. Commissioner Flanagan has requested an additional condition on this license, which is, quote, clarification on how a donation to Cultivate Ed will directly impact residents of Pittsfield. Are there any other questions or comments or additional conditions requested? Then could I ask Commissioner Title, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Krishna Lennox LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Bride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Sorry, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Krishna Lennox LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you. Okay, I would really like a break. Can I ask my fellow commissioners, do you want to take a short break, or you want to do a long one and combine it with lunch? I think we're moving through this pretty well, so it's just like your input on whether we take a short break or a lunch break here. Commissioners?
I'm fine with the short one.
Okay. Commissioners Title and McBride?
It's fine with me.
Okay, so let's take a short one. So I've got 11:24 on my computer, so let's take a 15-minute break and or 16-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 11:40. Thank you very much. We are in recess till 11:40. Okay, it's 11:40 a.m. I can see Commissioner Flanagan and I can see Commissioner Tile. Commissioner McBride, are you back with us? Great, thank you. We are back in session at 11:40 a.m. Mr. Potvin, how you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
Well, I needed that break. I think I'm better after the break. Thank you. So we're a little more than halfway through the provisional. So let's get going again. The next one up is Mass Wellspring, MRN 281-363 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Mass Wellspring. Their proposed location is 4-6 Nason Street, located in Maynard. They are seeking a retail license. They were a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Both Commissioners Tittle and Flanagan have requested additional conditions on this application. Commissioner Tittle, quote, revised diversity plan goal to hire and maintain people from various groups, including women, to be at least 15% of new hires, to be objectively reasonable. And then from Commissioner Flanagan, clarification as to which city, town, neighborhood the application is seeking to impact within the disproportionate impacted areas. I am not aware of any other requests for additional conditions, but questions, comments, additional conditions from my fellow commissioners? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner Tata, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mass Wellspring, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Tittle?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Tittle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mass Wellspring, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Tittle and Flanagan. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Mint Dispensary Facilities 2 LLC, MRN 282-824 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Mint Dispensary Facilities 2 LLC. The proposed location is 1035 South Street, located in Pittsfield, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. They were a general applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm aware of additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan requests the following conditions: include in plan which cohort you are seeking to impact, resubmit plan to include more than a donation, clarification on how a donation to MRCC will directly benefit the specified cohort, and finally, clarification on how a donation to New England Veterans Alliance will directly benefit the specified cohort. For Commissioner Tittle, her additional requested condition is revised diversity plan goal to achieve at least 35% of staffing needs from women and minorities to be objectively reasonable. Are there other questions, comments, or additional requested conditions on this application? Then could I ask Commissioner McBride to make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mint Dispensary Facilities 2 LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Tittle?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tittle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Title, McBride, excuse me.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mint Dispensary Facilities 2 LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. The next two are Natural Agricultural Products LLC. Are they co-located, Mr. Potvin?
They are.
And let's go through them together. Two applications from Natural Agricultural Products LLC. First one is MCN 281910, cultivation tier 2 indoor. And the second is MPN 281614, product manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Natural Agricultural Products LLC. The proposed location is 53 Spock Street, located in Brockton. They're seeking a tier 2 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Both applications were considered to be general applications. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Mr. Potvin and my fellow commissioner, my apologies. We're gonna take separate discussions and votes on them. We have a condition on one that's being requested, but not on the second. So let's start with double F, Natural Agricultural Products LLC, MCN 281910, which is tier 2 indoor cultivation. Commissioner Flanagan has requested an additional condition, which is supply a letter from the Brockton quote champion schooling program stating willingness to accept donations. Second, a clarification on which 3 neighborhood events will be sponsored. So that's double F. Can I have any additional comments or questions or requests for conditions on this application? Then Commissioner Flanagan, could I ask for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Natural Agricultural Products LLC, MCN 281910, subject to additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Natural Agricultural Products LLC, MCN 281910, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next, also for Natural Agricultural Products LLC, MPN 281614, product manufacturer. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on this license application. Are there questions, comments, or conditions? Then Commissioner McBride, could I ask you to make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Natural Agricultural Products LLC, MPN 281614?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Natural Agricultural Products LLC, MPN 281614. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, New England Treatment Access LLC, MRN 283065 retail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is New England Treatment Access LLC. The proposed location is 162 Grove Street, located in Franklin. They're seeking a retail license. This application was considered to be a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request for additional conditions from both Commissioners Title and Commissioner Flanagan, and I've also had a request for a comment from Commissioner Flanagan. Would you like to make your comment first, Commissioner Flanagan, before I read the other conditions?
I believe this is not the one I want to talk on.
My apologies.
It's a couple more down.
My apologies. Give me a second here, please. Okay. Well, let me then read the conditions I have on these two from Commissioners Flanagan and Title. First, Commissioner Title. She has several requested additional conditions. First, to revise diversity plan goal to increase the representation of women and minority employees in the laborers and helpers job group by at least 1% to be objectively reasonable and adjust programs accordingly. Second, to revise diversity plan goal to create an inclusive culture that includes ensuring access to NETA for people and employees with disabilities to be measurable, for example, with a staff survey. Finally, review guidance if necessary to revise programs associated with diversity plan goal related to disabilities to be relevant to the licensee's staff or employees with disabilities, not to benefit people with disabilities generally. Commissioner Flanagan has the following two requested conditions. First, specify which specific cohort you are seeking to impact, and second, clarification on how a donation to Cultivate Dad will impact that cohort. Are there any other questions, comments, or additional conditions requested on this application? Then could I ask Commissioner Title, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New England Treatment Access LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride, excuse me.
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New England Treatment Access LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Next up, Nova Farms LLC, MRN 282516 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Nova Farms LLC. The proposed location is 1137 Worcester Road, located in Framingham. They are seeking a retail license. This application was considered to be a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners on this application. Are there comments, questions, or conditions, or ask for a motion? Then could I ask, please, for a motion from Commissioner McBride to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Nova Farms LLC. Commissioner McBride.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Nova Farms LLC. Next up are two applications from Paper City Industries LLC. Are they co-located, Mr. Potvin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So let's go through them both. First is MCN 282163, Tier 6 Indoor Cultivation. Second is MPN 281674, Product Manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Paper City Industries LLC. The proposed location is 11 Berkshire Street, located in Holyoke. They're seeking a Tier 6 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Both applications were considered to be general applications. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of two provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested. Are there questions, comments, or additional conditions requested on this application? Or these two applications, excuse me? Then could I ask Commissioner Flanagan, please, to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, issue two provisional licenses to Paper City Industries LLC, MCN 282163 and MPN 281674. Commissioner Flanagan, could I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue two provisional licenses to Paper City Industries LLC. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Potvin, is Patient Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited, MRN 283035 retail. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Patient-Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited. The proposed location is 15 Mechanic Street, located in Tisbury, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. This application was considered to be a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Title, which is revised diversity plan goal to ensure at least 25% of employees identify as women to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other questions or comments or additional conditions requested on this application? Then could I ask Commissioner Title, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Patient-Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record. Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Patient-Centric of Martha's Vineyard Limited, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Thank you. I do want to note, if I'm correct, Mr. Potvin, this is the first license that has been approved for Martha's Vineyard. Adult use, excuse me.
I actually, Mr. Chairman, this applicant has been previously approved for our cultivation product manufacturing.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, we now have two on Martha's Vineyard, correct?
We have two provisional retail licenses on Martha's Vineyard. That's correct.
Great, thank you. Okay, the next up is Pure Industries Incorporated, MPN 281746, product manufacturer. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Pure Industries Incorporated. The proposed location is 181 Stedman Street, Unit 14, located in Lowell. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. This application was considered to be a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I have a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Title. That is, quote, revised diversity plan to make best efforts to hire at least 15% employees that are women and/or minorities to be clearer and objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions or additional conditions requested on this application? Then could I ask Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pure Industries Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title?
Aye. So
No,
moved.
thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride. Commissioner McBride, are you still there?
I'm sorry. My connection is a little bit sticky.
Yeah.
I apologize. Aye.
No problem. Thank you. Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pure Industries Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Title. Next up, Pure Lowell Incorporated, MRN 282815 retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Pure Lowell Incorporated. The proposed location is 673-681 Rogers Street, located in Lowell. They are seeking a retail license. This application was considered to be a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Flanagan, you wish to comment on this application?
Yeah, I'd like a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, if possible.
Sure.
So, Mr. Potvin, is Pure Lowell and Pure Industries the same company?
I don't believe so. I believe they're two distinct companies.
I have a concern. I thought they were the same company. And I have a concern with the positive impact plan for Pure Lowell. It seems to be similar to that of Pure Industries.
Well, Commissioner Flanagan, as a point of clarification, also, they are two separate business entities. However, they're owned primarily by the same people and the same entities. So they are associated in some way as indicated in the executive summary.
So then I would like to put a condition, if possible, on Pure Lowell that they implement the same positive impact plan as Pure Industries. I think that Pure Industries has a little bit more meat, if you will, to it. I think that the Pure Lowell positive impact plan really doesn't have quite the impact that we'd like to see from a company, given the fact that it's 1 hour per year of a seminar.
Mm-hmm. So your condition, just if you were to repeat it, or your proposed condition, Commissioner Flanagan?
Proposed condition is that Pure Lowell would implement the same impact plan as the Pure Industries, given that they're owned by the same people. Okay. If that's legally possible.
Okay. Yeah, that's my question, which is, can we require two entities that are separate entities, albeit with some shared ownership, but they're separate legal entities? Can we require them to have the same plan? Is our general counsel online? Or I see Paul.
I know they can have different plans, but I'm hoping that they would implement the Pure Industries plan. So I guess my condition would be that they resubmit their positive impact plan.
Okay, I think that
makes it easier.
I think that does, if that's okay with you, Commissioner Flanagan.
That's fine.
Okay, then are there other questions or comments or requested conditions on this application? Then Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pure Lowell Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan? Commissioner Tittle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pure Lowell Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you. Next up is Relief Alternative Incorporated, MRN 283153 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Relief Alternative Incorporated. The proposed location is 321 School Street, located in Mansfield. They are seeking a retail license. This application was considered to be a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional requests for additional conditions, but are there questions, comments, or conditions requested on this application? Then could I ask Commissioner Tittle, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Relief Alternative Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Tittle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Relief Alternative Incorporated. Thank you. Next up, Naturals LLC, MBN 281675, micro business. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Route 2 Naturals LLC. The proposed location is 201 Daniel Shays Highway, located in Athol. They are seeking a micro business license to perform both cultivation and product manufacturing operations. This application was considered to be, did receive expedited review based on the fact that they are applying for a micro business license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Both Commissioners Flanagan and Tittle have requested additional conditions. Commissioner Flanagan has three. First, identify which cohort you are seeking to impact. Second, resubmit plan to include more than just a donation. And third, clarification on how a donation to New England Veteran Alliance will directly impact chosen cohort. For Commissioner Title, her requested additional condition is revised diversity plan goal to recruit 10% women to be objectively reasonable. Do I have any additional questions or comments or a request for additional conditions on this application? Then Commissioner Flanagan, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Route 2 Naturals LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Route 2 Naturals LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Thank you very much. Next up, Shine Diamond LLC, MRN 282868. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Shine Diamond LLC, proposing to do business as Diamond Shine LLC. Their proposed location is 85 State Road, located in Whatley. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive expedited review based on the fact that it is a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on this application, but are there questions, comments, or conditions requested? Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Shine Diamond LLC?
So moved.
Commissioner, would you second that motion, please?
Me?
Commissioner Title, yes, would you second that?
Second.
Thank you very much. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Shine Diamond LLC. Thank you. Next up, we have three applications from Silver Therapeutics Incorporated. First two co-located, if I'm correct, Mr. Potvin?
All three are co-located, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I'm looking at my notes. The retail's in the same place. Thank you. So let's discuss them all at once. So the three applications are MCN 282461, Tier 1 Indoor Cultivation, MPN 281779, Product Manufacturer, and MRN 283074, Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Silver Therapeutics Incorporated. The proposed location is 717-721 American Legion Highway, located in Boston. They are seeking 3 adult use licenses, a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license, product manufacturing license, and retail license. All 3 applications were considered to be general applications. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 3 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on these 3 applications. Are there questions, comments, or conditions before I ask for a motion? And could I ask, please, Commissioner Title, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue 3 provisional licenses to Silver Therapeutics Incorporated, MCN 282461, MPN 281779, MRN 283074. Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Bride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 3 provisional licenses to Silver Therapeutics Incorporated. Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Next up on my list is Sparkboro Wellness, NAMA Corp. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Sparkboro Wellness, NAMA Corp. The proposed location is 1268 Curran Highway, located in North Adams. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive expedited review as it is a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Commissioners Flanagan and Title have requested additional conditions. Commissioner Flanagan has several. First, resubmit plan to include more than just donation. Second, clarification on how a donation to New England Veterans Alliance will directly impact chosen cohort. And 3, clarification on how a donation to MRCC will directly impact chosen cohort. Commissioner Title has the following requested additional condition: revised diversity plan to achieve at least 10% staffing needs for minorities and women to be objectively reasonable. Do I have any additional questions or comments or requested conditions on this application? Then could I please ask Commissioner Title, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sparkboro Wellness NAMA Corp., subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sparkboro Wellness NAMA Corp., subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Title and Flanagan. Next up, Spencer House LLC, MCN 282733, Tier 1 Indoor Cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Spencer House LLC. They're proposing to do business as Grow Chester. The proposed location is 1 Bay State Drive, located in Chester. They are seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license. This application did receive expedited review as it is a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on this license, but are there questions, comments, or conditions that any of my fellow commissioners would like? Then Commissioner Flanagan, could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Spencer House LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Thank you. Let the Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission to approve this recommendation to issue a provisional license to Spencer House LLC. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Terpene Journey LLC, MRN 281612 Retail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Terpene Journey LLC. The proposed location is 430 Paradise Road, located in Swampscott. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive expedited review as it is one of the owners is a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have no request for additional conditions on this license, but are there questions, comments, or conditions requested by my fellow commissioners? Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Terpene Journey LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Terpene Journey LLC. Thank you very much. Next up is The Blue Jay Botanicals Incorporated, MRN 282243 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is the Blue Jay Botanicals Incorporated. The proposed location is 22 Chestnut Hill Avenue, located in Athol. They are seeking a retail license. This applicant did receive it was a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have no additional conditions requested on this application, but are there comments or questions or additional conditions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Tuttle, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Blue Jay Botanicals Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Tuttle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Blue Jay Botanicals Incorporated. Thank you. Mr. Potvin, next up is the Green Harbor Dispensary LLC, MRN 281430 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is the Green Harbor Dispensary LLC. Their proposed location is 79 Shank Painter Road, located in Provincetown. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive MTC priority review. The additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Tuttle has requested an additional condition on this license, which is, quote, revised diversity plan to maintain a team constructive at least 5% women to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions on this application or request for additional conditions? Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, please, to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Green Harbor Dispensary LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Tuttle?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tuttle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tuttle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Green Harbor Dispensary LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Tuttle. Next up, Mr. Potvin, the Healing Center LLC, MRN 283193 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is the Healing Center LLC. They're proposing to do business as the Healing Center. Their proposed location is 346 River Street, located in Fitchburg. They are seeking a retail license. This application was a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Commissioner Tuttle has requested an additional condition on this license, which is, quote, revised diversity plan goal to hire 20% women to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other questions or comments or requested conditions on this application? Then could I ask Commissioner Tuttle, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Healing Center LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Tuttle?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Tuttle made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Healing Center LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Tuttle. Thanks very much. Let's move on. Turning Leaf Centers Northampton LLC, MRN 283040 Retail. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Turning Leaf Centers Northampton LLC. The proposed location is 261 King Street, located in Northampton. They are seeking a retail license. This application was considered to be a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I have no request for additional conditions on this application, but are there questions, comments, or conditions requested? Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Turning Leaf Centers Northampton LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tuttle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tuttle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Turning Leaf Centers Northampton LLC. Thank you. Next up, we have two applications from Union Twist LLC, but they are not co-located, if I'm correct, Mr. Potvin?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Let's treat them separately, starting with Union Twist Incorporated, MRN 282313 Retail. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Union Twist Incorporated. The proposed location is 630 Worcester Road, located in Framingham. They are seeking a retail license. This application was considered to be a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on this application. Are there comments, questions, or conditions requested? Then could I ask Commissioner Title, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Union Twist Incorporated? And just to be clear, MRN 282313.
Sorry, so moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second?
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye. Commissioner
Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Union Twist Incorporated, MRN 282313. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Union Twist Incorporated, MRN 283168, Retail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Union Twist Incorporated. The proposed location is 1158 Beacon Street, located in Newton. Again, they're seeking a retail license. Also, this application was also considered to be a general application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on this license, but are there questions or comments or conditions requested? Then, Mr. Title, could I ask you to make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Union Twist Incorporated, MRN 283168?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second?
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Union Twist Incorporated, MRN 283168. Mr. Potvin, are there any more applications for us to consider?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman, but again, I just want to, on behalf of myself and the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, I just want to acknowledge the hard work that our investigators and our compliance officers are doing on a regular basis, especially during this time. Still conducting inspections, not only to get applicants and licensees to that final license stage, but also to get those final licensees to be able to open their doors and operate fully. So again, I want to acknowledge their hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin, and certainly I can speak for myself and my fellow commissioners. We share in that appreciation, but I appreciate your modesty, but let me also thank you and our Chief of Enforcement for your leadership in these hard times. Thank you very much. I think it's very impressive how we've managed to not only maintain but increase our productivity over the last few months, and a lot of the credit belongs on your shoulders, even if you're too modest to acknowledge that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments for my fellow commissioners before we move on to the next topic? And Erica, I think we have RVT applications. Is that correct? Mr. Executive Director, who's going to lead us through this?
I'm happy to present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If you would go ahead then, Mr. Executive Director.
Sure, thank you. So there's one responsible vendor training certification before you for your consideration today. Before getting into those specifics, I'll acknowledge there are several applications that are also pending with the Commission, and a team has been compiled and convened to review those applications, which is actually ongoing over the last week. So we expect that we'll continue to have applications before you for consideration moving forward as well. But today there's one before you. The entity is titled Medical Marijuana 411 from Redmond, Washington. Again, this is for a 2-year certification to provide responsible vendor training. They've also submitted, accompanying their application, a waiver request to waive the real-time requirement, allowing it to be conducted online. which has been met with approval by the commission in the past and is based on precedent. If certified, they intend to implement their online module training through an advanced learning management system, which is a similar model to the one we use for our social equity program. The length of time for their courses is between 2 and 8 hours respectively, including all instructional content, and there are 13 quizzes that they include, one for each module. As relative to the waiver requirement to identify and ensure that they're monitoring compliance with the regulations, they intend to use uploaded photo IDs, track mechanisms to monitor the length of each course, testing mechanisms, which I referenced, which was the quizzes, and lastly, mechanisms for the trainee and course instructor to interact. So again, before you for your consideration is medical marijuana 411 for an RVT certification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Are there questions from the commission for Mr. Executive Director? Can you articulate then, Mr. Executive Director, the motion you'd like us to consider?
The motion would be to approve medical marijuana 411 for a 2-year RVT certification.
Thank you. Could I ask Commissioner Title to make that motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. That's it for RVT at this point in time.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So let's, if we could get to the next agenda item. So we have 2 topics for commission discussion and votes. They're both follow-ups from our policy discussion that we had previously on our draft regulations. They're both follow-up to get into more detail, although the context is slightly different between the 2 of them. I don't quite honestly know how long they'll take, these 2 conversations. So even though I think we're making very good time, my suggestion is let's take a half-hour lunch break and reconvene at 1 o'clock and get into these 2 topics. Is that okay with my fellow commissioners?
Sounds good.
Okay, so we are in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Okay, it's 1 p.m. Commissioner Flanagan, I can see you. Commissioners Title and McBride, are you back? Hi. And Erica, are you back? Erica?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we are back in session at 1 o'clock. If we could get the next slide up, please. So as I mentioned, the last agenda items are two commission discussion and two topics for commission discussion and votes. They are both follow-ups from our previous meeting where we discussed policies as they related to our draft regulations. And I'm going to provide context on both of them separately. We'll start with the receivership conversation. So as I think people will recall, we did approve at a high level delegation to the executive director in the case of financial distress where a receiver would be appointed by a court with the idea or the belief that we needed to create a process that moved more quickly than our standard change of control process moved in the case of financial distress. So we approved that at a high level as our general counsel went off and tried to draft regulations consistent with that high level policy discussion and decision. Several issues arose that required, in her opinion, and also shared by the executive director myself, in our collective opinion, required commission discussion and vote because they were at the policy level before she could finish doing a draft of the regulations that are consistent with our high level decision on receivership. So the objective in this conversation is to raise those topics that we believe require commission discussion and vote and resolve them so that we can get on with drafting the regulations consistent with those votes. General Counsel Bailey, are you there?
I am, Chairman.
Would you mind leading this part of the conversation, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to do so. Erica, would you like to move to the, thank you very much. So one of the issues that came up in the course of us reaching out to public commenters, reviewing public comment and talking to other state stakeholders is that receiverships need to be funded. In order to attract potentially credible and qualified receivers, we thought it would be important to identify funding mechanisms. So for this part of the conversation, we're asking for the Commission to consider various funding mechanisms. So the first question is, should the ME or MTC be required to set aside sufficient funds in addition to or supplementing the bond escrow requirements currently under 500-105 subsection 16 to cover the costs of a receivership or other judicial proceeding? So the sub-questions are asking basically whether the MTC or ME should also be required to set additional funds during the course of a receivership or other judicial proceeding. And we're also asking if the Commission should require a request from the receiver or other court appointee to authorize the use of these funds. A separate related question is whether the Commission should authorize the receiver or another appointee to set aside ME or MTC funds to cover the cost of a receivership. And that's all I have, Chair.
Okay. I want to just try to dial this down. So you're saying that funds are required, or at least in your opinion, funds are required to attract the appropriate caliber of receivership, of someone to play the receivership role, and then this question of how to get it funded. And
yes, Chairman, that's exactly it. The other thing to say here is that obviously the court has a primary role here in coordinating how a receiver or other appointee is paid. We're recommending these regulatory changes so that we can signal to the court and to potential receivers that funding would be available from the Commission's perspective.
Okay, and just not clear to me, where would this funding come from? It would be from the company or the entity going into receivership?
Yes, either they would set aside funds as part of the application process. They would set aside if they received notice that a petition was filed or a judicial proceeding was commenced, or the receiver would have the authority to tap into the operational funds to set them aside in an account to cover the costs of the receivership.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have comments or questions for Commissioner or for General Counsel Bailey on this? Commissioner McBride?
Yeah, so under 105.16, the surety bond has to be in an amount that's equal to the licensure fee, right? So, you know, that is I'm not sure what the cost of a receivership is. You know, that it could, you know, if it were a prolonged process, all of that, you know, that entire amount could potentially be used. So I don't know, I guess how I feel my answer to this is that I think that the bond or the escrow account was intended for kind of these situations, right? It was sort of intended for the winding down process. And I mean, in fact, we kind of used examples back, you know, in 2017 when we were talking about how much this bond should be and what it should be used for. We used examples that I think a receivership would probably be applicable to, you know, to give it some context. So I don't think that we need to require an additional amount here, or I don't think we need to require a separate amount. Do we need to require something additional? I guess potentially, but I'm not sure what that amount would be. And so I think, I guess my feeling on this is that given that, you know, our licensure fees, right? I mean, let's just kind of take the 10,000 and just kind of the, you know, that's the one that sort of sticks out the most to me. That would be an adequate amount for a period of time, but that if it were maybe a prolonged process, that maybe there would have to be something additional that would be set aside. That's complicated a little bit, and so I'm not sure exactly how that would be drafted and what the right amount of time would be there. But I guess that's kind of my feeling, is I don't want to require something additional off the bat where we intended for this amount to really be used for these types of situations to begin with. So I guess I would throw that out there for the commission to think about.
I would also thank you, Commissioner McBride. General Counsel, do you have any comments on Commissioner McBride's thoughts and questions, given your conversations with industry and with looking at how other states handle this?
Yes, thank you, Chairman and Commissioner McBride. I think Commissioner McBride identifies really some of the essential concerns here and problems that we want to signal that the Commission is thinking about the setting aside of funds, but we do not know exactly what may be needed, depending, because the receivership could move rather quickly or it could be extended. One thing I would note here is that the executive director, we are recommending that the executive director have discretion, have both the authority and the discretion in this process to navigate these kinds of proceedings. So one option here would be to draft the regulations so that the executive director could make an assessment as to whether additional funds needed to be set aside, and to authorize that either the licensee do that or the receiver do that. So that would basically give us more flexibility if there was an extended or costly receivership.
So if I can build on that, General Counsel, your suggestion would be to do what you just described, but not to require additional funds put into this escrow at licensure. But
yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I was following your suggestion. Commissioner McBride, do you have any thoughts on what General Counsel just said?
I think that makes sense, because I think that it's something where I would presume that during the receivership process, the court is very clearly going to have they're going to be keeping a close watch on the receivership process. But similarly, I think the executive director is probably going to be also checking in along the way, right? Because we obviously have jurisdiction there, have an interest in making sure that the operations are proceeding the way that they should be proceeding. And so there may be natural points along the way where that assessment can be made and where a receiver can be saying to us, this is what the books look like right now. And, this is kind of where we are in terms of the process and what we're anticipating going forward. So I think that probably makes sense to not require something right now, but then to have the executive director have an ability to require that. Maybe it may very well be that it would, it's going to be the executive director suggesting it, and then essentially the court, right, requiring that there be kind of an additional amount of money set aside.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. I'd like to ask the executive director to weigh in, given that we're proposing dumping some additional responsibility in your lap. Mr. Executive Director, any thoughts?
I don't have much to add. I think to both Commissioner McBride's point as well as Christine's point, I think these situations are going to be unique at every instance, and it absolutely will be something we will monitor, given our interest in whether it be the wind down or certainly the ongoing operation of that entity, and the ability of any receiver or legal representative to do it safely and efficiently. So I think it is going to be a unique set of circumstances each and every instance in the event that it is required.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Commissioners Title or Flanagan, any comments on this? Commissioner Title?
Just a clarifying question. So when we're talking about the recommendation to give the executive director the authority to require an establishment to set aside the funds, we're talking about on a case-by-case basis, right? Not a blanket requirement?
Yes.
And can someone just clarify for me at what point in the process that would happen?
General Counsel?
Sure. So my understanding of the conversation thus far is that the executive director could authorize that the existing bond escrow requirement could be used to fund at least the initial costs. And then, as I understand it, as the court proceeding went along, if the court identified the need for additional funds, the executive director would make a recommendation to the court as to whether additional funds could be tapped from the licensee, or whether the receiver could take some action to segregate some of the licensee's funds. So to answer your question, Commissioner Title, I think it really is going to, again, depend on the particular case and the costs of that proceeding.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner McBride?
Just to sort of reiterate and build upon what the general counsel said also, the receiver is going to have a relationship where they're going to be checking in with the account and keeping the account, checking with the court and keeping the court apprised of what is needed, right, and where they are. They're going to be having that process just naturally because of the relationship. So so that I think that there is opportunity there, right? The receiver is going to be saying to the court, this is where we are in terms of whatever the process is, the wind down, a sale or something like that. And this is how much longer we think it's going to take. And this is where we are in terms of our money. So I think that this to me makes sense to me as a process to allow the executive director on this case-by-case basis to take those cues from the receiver and from the court and work with the receiver on that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, any comments or questions?
Not additional, no.
Thank you. So, General Counsel, should we do this question by question rather than wait till the end of the multiple questions? I think that'd be my preference, unless you think that we should do the whole thing at once.
That makes sense to me, Chairman.
Okay, so we had, I think we're kind of aligned, although the conversation meandered a little bit. Do you think, General Counsel, you might be able to articulate a motion that I could ask one of the commissioners to make?
Yes, Chairman, I'd be happy to do so. So should the executive director be able to authorize or recommend the use of the bond escrow requirements currently in the regulations to cover the cost of a receivership or other judicial proceeding.
Okay, thank you. Before I ask for a motion, any comments or questions on that motion language?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Flanagan.
should the motion state should, or the motion should state where,
Yeah.
you know, the executive director shall?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Flanagan. So could you try to restate that, Commissioner, General Counsel, as a positive? Here's what we're voting on, and here's the powers that we're delegating to the executive director.
Happy to do so. So the question before the commission is that the executive director shall have the authority and discretion to authorize and recommend the use of the bond escrow funds currently required under the regulations to cover the costs of a receivership or other judicial proceeding.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions on that, again, before I ask for a motion? Commissioner Title.
For clarity, could we just add on a case-by-case basis to the end of that motion?
Okay. Any other comments? Well, then, why don't you go ahead, Commissioner Title, if you wouldn't mind. Would you make the motion consistent with what General Counsel Bailey said, plus the addendum you just articulated?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you, General Counsel. Should we go on the next topic?
Well, Chairman, I'm going to do a next question on this, if I could.
Sure.
There's potentially just two more questions. The next question is the executive director shall have the authority to require the licensee to set aside additional funds and to require the receiver set aside additional funds to cover the cost of the receivership or other judicial proceeding.
Can you explain how that's above and beyond what we just voted on, please? It's not clear to me.
Yes. So I was getting clarity, Chairman, on the ability to use the existing bond escrow requirements. This question goes to the executive director's authority to set aside additional funds.
Again, I thought we just authorized that, so that's why I'm a little bit, maybe I'm being dense here. I apologize. I just thought we authorized could you read the motion again that we just approved?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, I wouldn't be able to do so, but I can say that I framed the original motion to authorize the executive director to use the existing bond escrow requirements currently required under the regulations to cover the costs of a receivership or other judicial proceeding. This next question would allow the executive director to authorize the use of additional funds.
Okay, fair enough. Are there any comments or questions on that? Commissioner Title.
I'd just like to propose the same change to add on a case-by-case basis.
Sure. Any other comments? Then General Counsel, would you try to please articulate again? I apologize for making you repeat yourself so many times, but would you articulate your proposed motion, including Commissioner Title's suggestion?
Absolutely. The executive director shall have the authority and discretion to require the licensee or the receiver on a case-by-case basis to set aside additional funds to cover the cost of a receivership or other judicial proceeding.
Again, Commissioner Title's language.
I did include case-by-case basis.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Any comments or questions or clarification before I ask for a motion on that? And could I please ask for a motion to approve the language that General Counsel just articulated?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was unanimously approved by the commission. Thank you. Go ahead, General Counsel.
So Chairman, the next question is essentially Q1B. The commission shall require a request from a receiver or a court order to authorize the use of funds, regardless of the source of those funds.
It sounds pretty straightforward to me, but are there questions or comments on that? Okay, again, General Counsel, please just state the proposed motion, please.
The commission shall require a request from a receiver or court order to authorize the use of the funds.
Any questions or comments on the proposed motion before I ask for a motion? Could I have a motion then to approve the language articulated by the General Counsel?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by the Commission unanimously. Thank you, General Counsel.
Thank you, Chairman. All set on this particular topic.
Okay, then can we go to the next topic, please, Erica? Go ahead, General Counsel.
Thank you, Chairman. So this topic basically gets to whether the executive director should have the authority and discretion to petition the court to commence a receivership proceeding or a related proceeding if there's a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. If I could, Chairman, I might suggest that there be discussion on this one before moving on to the next question.
That's fine. I think that's perfect. But could you, if you have, articulate what kind of is behind this? What concerns were raised as you spoke with other states and with the public? What are the specific kinds of concerns that you're proposing to address through this?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, there will be circumstances where the Commission learns about the commencement of a receivership or other judicial process because, say, for example, a creditor of a licensee has not been paid and the creditor seeks, basically pursues their judicial remedies. But there might be circumstances where the Commission learns that a licensee is in distress and basically wants to take action to make sure that there's not a threat to the public health, safety, or welfare due to the licensee being in distress. For example, if a licensee was in financial distress and started to make decisions and could not necessarily comply with their safety requirements, they could not basically have sufficient staffing or sufficient technology to make sure that their facilities were secured. That would be the kind of thing that could pose a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I would just add one more thing, Chairman, that other agencies do have the authority to do this. And obviously we would need to work with the AG's office to seek representation and to pursue this course of action. So by this question, I'm asking you to delegate that authority to the executive directors so that he could respond if he's aware of a potentially problematic situation.
Okay, thank you for that context, General Counsel. Any comments on or questions? I certainly have one, but defer to my fellow commissioners. Commissioner McBride.
So are we suggesting that in the regulations, we would be spelling out the situation in which the executive director would take action, or is that something that would be otherwise determined or in a sub-regulatory document or something? And the reason that I ask that is because I think that this authority is appropriate for the reasons that you stated. But I think that we need to spell out very clearly how it's determined and what information is used in order to make the determination, because we need, sorry?
No, I was just coughing. I apologize. I left it the wrong way.
we need to remember that, you know, that the petition here would be to relieve somebody of property, right? And so it's a very high standard that should be applied. And so I think that, you know, and it would require, I would imagine, an attestation on the part of the executive director. And I mean, there's a lot of mechanics that would actually be required there. So I guess I agree with this. I want to be very clear about how we're spelling out what that standard is and when action would commence.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Other comments or questions? Commissioner Tyler?
I agree with Commissioner McBride. Also, in previous discussions, this language has come up, and I've mentioned that I felt it's too vague. I think documenting what the situation would be would help address that. But I would also like to propose changing the wording because elsewhere in our regulations, we've said danger to the public health, safety, or welfare, and I think that implies more of a imminent concern. So I would be more comfortable with danger over threat.
Other comments or questions? You know, I guess I'll put on the table. I'm not sure that I know what I really think about this yet. But we got started on this topic with the recognition that we needed to be able to move quickly in the case of financial distress. And I think, you know, at the high level, we've accomplished that by delegating these responsibilities and authority to the executive director. In this case, as I agree with Commissioner McBride, this is a pretty high standard that should be in place here. You know, the commission does have the ability to move quickly. We can call an emergency meeting anytime we want, anytime we feel like it's necessary. And I don't think it would slow down the process to say that in the case where we're going to initiate or request the initiation of this, that's a pretty big step. And I would like to at least consider about whether that should be a commission decision. We can, again, move quickly to do that. And then delegate to the executive director all the authority he needs to execute upon that. But I'd at least like us to consider whether this specific question should be a commission decision. I'd like the thoughts of my fellow commissioners on that. Again, my thoughts, I'm really thinking this through real time, so I really would welcome other opinions on this.
Mr. Chairman, are you asking if the commission would decide if there is a threat to public health, safety, or welfare?
No, I'd want the executive director to come and make his case and for us to vote to authorize him to petition the court for a receivership. That's what I'm asking for thoughts and comments on. And again, you know, since the primary objective here was one that would allow us to move as quickly as these circumstances warrant, I think could be met by the fact that, again, we can call an emergency commission meeting whenever we feel necessary. So I just want to put it on the table for thoughts and reaction. Yeah, Commissioner McBride.
So I guess I would want to, we have processes in place where if there is a danger to, you know, safety, health, welfare, that we have authority, existing authority as a commission to require particular actions and to secure for a short period of time, right. You know, a location. I think I'd want to maybe hear from the executive director about his thoughts on the extent of that authority, if that is sufficient, or if there are, you know, I would not want to be, I'd want to make sure that we were doing something that was as seamless as, you know, we could make it. And so not creating any gaps where there would be, you know, uncertainty about who has authority here and who's in charge. I mean, you know, I think that there are situations that we can imagine where, you know, moving expeditiously would be required. I am okay with giving, you know, some level of authority to the executive director to carry this out, as long as we're clear about what that standard is. But if I'm willing to see that could be a commission decision, provided that we already have adequate process in place and the executive director feels we have adequate process in place to address those immediate concerns.
Yep, no, that makes perfect sense, Commissioner McBride. Mr. Executive Director, what are your thoughts?
Sure, thank you. I would look at a lot of these tools in concert as opposed to pulling one lever versus the other. So for instance, if there were an instance where we believed that there was an immediate threat and an imminent threat and a dangerous threat to the public health or safety, we would take action and do so, I think, in a relatively coordinated way, probably starting with an immediate cease and desist that would instantly stop the operations of that business as we compile information and a record and ultimately bring, we also, I should say too, we have other summary actions at our disposal, including a summary suspension. Ultimately, though, any action on a final license, on the license fate itself, would be a commission decision. And I believe today is not questioned as to whether or not that authority resides with the commission. I'll also just mention here in the context of receivership that I don't want to diminish the gravity of that petition and what it would actually amount to. And if there were a frivolous attempt or some sort of attempt on the commission's part that was not based in good, solid grounds to do so, the court would not grant it. So I think we need to consider that element here too, that we would be petitioning a court that may or may not agree with either, whether it be me or the commission for that matter. So I just think that in the context, again, of who petitions the court, that has to be a consideration there too. But to answer your question, as far as the toolbox that we have, I do believe if there was a true dangerous threat or immediate threat to the public health or safety or welfare, we have a toolbox today, and we use those levers as judiciously as possible, but as efficiently and in a coordinated way. So this wouldn't change that in the slightest. It would just be another tool in the toolbox, so to speak.
Again, just pressing, and I'm not really advocating as much as I'm trying to just to think through and flesh out the options. Given what you said, Mr. Executive Director, there's nothing to precipitate you from taking immediate and appropriate actions with the toolbox you just referred to. And then if, based upon your determination, the right step, once we've taken those short-term immediate emergency actions, if the right next step was to petition the court for receivership, we would still deal with the imminent danger even if you were to take that request to the commission. Or am I putting words in your mouth, Mr. Executive Director?
I don't think you're putting words in my mouth. I don't think there were, well, in the context of receivership as well, I think we have to be mindful of the scenarios within which we would potentially use this tool, and it could be in a situation that the threat or the concern on the commission's part would be the financial viability of that business, which might have an immediacy to that concern of the ability of the business to remain operational. Again, simply telling the business to cease and desist is coming in with the authority of government, sure, and we will take all actions necessary to maintain compliance with that. But in the event that there were an attempt to install a receiver to maintain that business, there may be an immediacy. To your point, the commission does have the ability to call an emergency meeting and do so, in fact, compliant with the open meeting law, absent that 48-hour advance notice if it is a true emergency.
Right.
So the other thing to consider too is the public nature of these discussions and not potentially not having the commission staff prepared with public documents necessarily, but that's more of a housekeeping matter to concern ourselves with down the road.
Okay. Have other thoughts and comments? If there are no thoughts and comments, I guess we should consider the proposal by General Counsel as a motion. So would you is it just the language, or can you make or articulate the proposed motion, General Counsel?
I can, Chairman. If I might, I'm going to modify it slightly to include the word immediate threat
Okay. I think also Commissioner Title suggested you change the word threat to danger, if I'm correct.
Yeah, so I was also going to suggest if I could add immediate threat or danger to the public health, safety, or welfare. I think threat is a lower threshold than danger, and threat is typically the word used in statutes and regulations to capture this notion of we have credible information that there's some risk to the public health, safety, or welfare.
Commissioner Title, what are your thoughts?
Immediate threat or danger is fine for me. Thank you.
Okay, then go ahead, Commissioner or General Counsel, please. Would you articulate the proposed motion?
Thank you, Chairman. The Executive Director shall have the authority to petition the court for a receivership or other judicial proceeding if there's an immediate threat or danger to the public health, safety, or welfare.
Thank you. Any comments on or questions about that language before I ask for a motion? Okay, then could I please have a motion to approve the language that was articulated by the General Counsel?
So moved.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Me.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to calling on people. It's easier. I apologize. Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. So let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you. So we're going to go on to Q2. Is that correct, General Counsel?
Yes, Chairman. So this next question is trying to anticipate issues that may come up during the course of these types of proceedings where the court is seeking a recommendation or information from the Commission, and the Commission has to kind of act quickly. For example, if the receiver recommends and the court agrees that the license for that ME or MTC should be sold, the process for going about that might be an auction. So there might be a set of circumstances where the court is asking the Commission to pre-approve potential purchasers of the license. So this question is trying to delegate to the Executive Director the authority to pre-approve major changes resulting from a receivership or other judicial proceedings, such as the transfer of the license to facilitate a sale. I would note, Chairman, that I am not recommending that the Commission cede its authority to have final approval, but just that it gives the Executive Director some flexibility to work with the court in order so that the court can move expeditiously if necessary.
I have some strong feelings on this, but I'll defer. Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead. Any comments from my fellow commissioners? Okay. I feel strongly that one of the things that we cannot and should not cede is our approval of sales, transfers of licenses. So I understand what you just said, General Counsel, but this says that we are delegating the authority to pre-approve major changes, and I am not comfortable with if those major changes include a sale. Pre-approving a list of potential acquirers in an auction, I still believe is something the commission has to, in my opinion, retain the final authority on sales and transfer of licenses. And again, I'll reiterate what I said on the previous point. We can, if necessary, we have the tools and the ability to move as quickly as necessary. So I'm pretty uncomfortable with delegating this authority, but that's just my opinion. Other comments or thoughts from my fellow commissioners?
Can I ask?
Please.
Where would something like securing property fall in? By property, I mean actual product. You're right, like marijuana products. Where would that fall in the receivership process? does this talk about that? I mean, is this talking about that? Is that considered something that's minor? I mean, I don't, is some effectuating some sort of transfer or sale or something like that. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, what are we considering to be minor changes, major changes, minor actions, major actions here?
General Counsel, any comments on that?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner McBride. So I would consider a major change to be anything that the commission would typically have to approve in the regular course, and a minor change to be anything that the commission has delegated to the executive director. If there's circumstances where a proposed change that comes up that doesn't fall easily into one of those categories, I would work with the executive director to determine how to advance that to the commission. But again, this can be fleshed out more, but the point of this is to give the executive director some general authority to be flexible when he's responding to requests from the court, and also to kind of relieve the commission of having to be making all of these types of decisions and reserving the commission's consideration for more significant decisions.
Other comments or questions on this? I think what you just said is intuitively sensible, but I just think, as said, I think the line has to be very explicit, and I didn't hear that in what you said in terms of what does require commission approval. And to me, I agree with, I think, where Commissioner McBride was heading. Transfer of property is one thing, transfer of a license, transfer of ownership of an entity. I am very uncomfortable delegating that authority, and I think that's what we're doing here. I mean, I supported delegating, I very much support delegating authority to appoint a receiver to the executive director, in that a receiver by definition is a temporary transfer of ownership. It's not a permanent transfer of ownership, but at the end of the proceedings, if we're talking about a permanent transfer of ownership, I absolutely believe that has to be decided by the commission. So I don't know if there's a language change here. I don't know if my fellow commissioners agree with me on that. I feel very strongly on that point, though.
So I think that I think I'm in agreement with the chair on this, and the way that I think what I would say is that there should be emergency circumstances where, for the preservation of property and, something like for the transfer or disposal of marijuana products, that the executive director should be able to act, but those circumstances need to be defined. I think they need to be narrow. And I think that on more major actions like a sale, I think that that's something where the commission authority should remain with the commission. But I think I think there's a line there, but there's definitely a balance as well.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. I'd actually welcome comments, not just from my two fellow commissioners, but also General Counsel on what Commissioner McBride just said. Anybody want to weigh in? General Counsel, do you have any thoughts on what Commissioner McBride just said?
Yes. So so I would reframe the question to give the executive director the authority to approve minor changes and changes that need to be made on an emergency basis. And I would clarify that emergency changes cannot include areas that are typically determined by the commission. And then I think if we do that, we can assume or infer that the commission retains the authority to make a decision as to any major changes.
What do you think, Commissioner McBride?
I think that that's appropriate.
Commissioner Flanagan or Title, any comments before I ask for a motion? No? Commissioner Title?
I guess I'm just a little unclear as to what pre-approval means in this context. Is it like the executive director can approve something, but it doesn't actually take place until the commission approves it?
Chairman, if I could.
Please, I'm sorry, I didn't think I needed to call on you, but go ahead.
Okay. So under the revision I'm suggesting, Commissioner Title, I would take out the concept of pre-approval and restrict the executive director to minor changes and changes that needed to be made on an emergency basis. But even for those emergency changes, I would be careful to clarify that would not include decision points that would normally need to be made by the commission.
Do you think it's adequately fleshed out what would be considered changes that are normally made by the commission?
I would be careful to identify what I meant in the regs, so when the commission considers the final draft of the regs, they were clear about the scope of that.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm deferring to your expertise a bit here because I think it's part of your.
Well, you think I've gone through receivership in my business career?
Well, we don't defer to you all that often, so now seems like a good time to do it. Does that change work for you as far as your concerns?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that addresses the concern I raised, and I think it's the right way to do it, which is, the things that are, that require our decision making, I think are set aside. But I think we've given the executive director lots of options to take immediate emergency actions on everything that falls kind of below that level. And if there's an emergency requiring our decision making, we'll have an emergency meeting and respond quickly. So yeah, that works for me.
Okay.
Thank you. Unless there are other comments, questions, then you want to try to articulate a proposed motion, General Counsel?
Sure. The executive director shall have the authority and discretion to approve minor changes and changes that need to be made on an emergency basis. And I would clarify that the commission shall retain the authority to make the changes that it would make in the normal course.
Thank you. Any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Commissioner Tyler, would you make a motion, please, to approve the language that was suggested by General Counsel?
So moved.
Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Tyler made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tyler?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the motion was unanimously approved by the commission. Thank you, General Counsel. Let's keep going. Next topic.
Thank you, Chairman. So for this final slide, in consultation with you, we thought it would be prudent to summarize a number of what we would consider to be ministerial updates, and if approved by the commission or by the commission, legal staff would work with ED to draft regulations.
If I could interrupt, I'm sorry, General Counsel. My intent in having the slide up here was to document those changes that were, in your opinion, the executive director, in my opinion, ministerial. Not to vote on it, but to give each commissioner the opportunity to raise any one of these issues to a commission discussion and vote if they felt that was appropriate. So that's, I don't think we're going to vote. My intention would not be to vote on this, but to, again, allow each commissioner to raise any of these issues to the level of commission discussion and vote if they felt it was necessary and appropriate. So can I ask my fellow commissioners, are any of these issues, in your opinion, above ministerial and requiring commission discussion and vote? I'm not suggesting these aren't important issues and they need to be fleshed out, but I don't know that, in my opinion, at least, they don't need to be discussed and voted at the commission level. I saw a shaking head for Commissioner Flanagan and I think Commissioner Title. Commissioner McBride, any issues here that you think need to be raised and discussed and voted on at the commission level?
Sorry, I'm just gonna get my notes really quickly.
Yeah, sure, please. Take your time.
I don't think that there's anything on here that
Okay.
needs to be, yeah, I don't think so.
Commissioner Title, Stan?
Same.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Same.
Okay. General Counsel, I think that covers these topics. And is there anything else that you need from the commission or any discussion that you feel is appropriate for the commission to have beyond what we just did on this topic?
No, Chairman, I would just, based on what Commissioner McBride said, I would only give the other commissioners maybe an opportunity to raise any issues not addressed in this slide or in the prior conversations, but otherwise I'm all set.
On the subject of receivership, not more broadly than that, right? So are there other topics on receivership that any of my fellow commissioners think need to be raised, addressed, and voted on?
I just have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner McBride.
So, was there a decision made about when there should be a requirement to provide notice of the judicial proceedings? At what juncture there should be a notice provided to us?
General Counsel?
Yes, so Chairman and Commissioner McBride, my understanding is that that the executive director would promptly provide the commission with notice as soon as he receives notice. In terms of the whether that occurs at a particular point in either pre-receivership proceedings or once receivership proceedings have been commenced, we will propose a timeline within the final draft of the regulations.
Okay. If I could just suggest that it be upon a credible threat of litigation or the filing of a petition so that we are able to start our process, that the executive director is able to start the process, and that it's not, that to me feels like it's not too early and it's not too late so as to be delaying what we need to be doing mechanically to get our suggestions heard as well.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner McBride or Commissioners Title or Flanagan on this topic? Okay, so General Counsel, you're good?
I am good.
Thank you so much for your leadership on this. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic, which is delivery. Is there a slide there? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to again provide some context to introduce this. At our meeting on the 28th of August, we had a policy discussion about delivery and agreed at a high level to authorize what is in reality a new type of license for delivery with wholesaling and warehousing. I am not suggesting that we revisit that decision, but as the drafting team went away from that meeting on the 28th and started drafting regulatory language around the decisions we made, it was clear that some very specific topics needed to get addressed in terms of some of the details, and that they really were policy discussions that were necessary. So that's why this is on the agenda, but I also want to give people context in terms of how we're going to go forward on this topic, because this is an important topic, obviously. In our draft regulations that were published, were promulgated, and around which we received comments, we did not address the issue of creating a new license type for delivery. We made some other changes to delivery, but and we got comments on them, but we did not include in those draft regulations language around wholesaling and warehousing because we hadn't approved it at that point in time. That being said, given the decision that we made on the 28th to create this new class of license, my belief, and this is, I believe, supported by General Counsel as well as the Executive Director, my belief is that because this was not part of our original draft regulations and therefore not subject to public comment, we need to do a little bit of a mini regulatory cycle on this, which is to make the decisions that are on the table today. Ask the drafting team to draft regulations consistent with the decisions we made today, vote on and approve that language. It's not the rest of the draft regulations, just the language that relates to delivery, wholesaling, and retailing. Once we have approved that draft language, promulgate it, and have a comment period, and allow the public to comment on this new license type and all the decisions around this new license type, and then vote on these regulations as part of the final regulation package. But I do think, because this is an important and new topic that the public was not given an opportunity to comment on in the comment period that we just finished, I think we have to go through that process now. Again, decide these policy decisions today, draft regulatory language consistent with those, promulgate that once we vote and approve on that regulatory language, promulgate the language and open it for comment. I have at the end of the deck here a kind of sequence and timeline for that process, which I'll go through later, but I just wanted everybody to understand that I think that we need to go through this kind of mini regulatory process, and today is kind of the first step in it, if that makes sense. Any questions or comments on what I just said before we get into the actual topics themselves? Commissioner Title, and then Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Title?
Just briefly, I'm fine with that process. I think that it's prudent, and I want to make sure everyone feels like they had a chance to weigh in, and that it's fair. I'll just want to note for the record, though, that I did mention at the meeting before public comment opened that wholesaling was an important issue, and that I hope people would comment on it during public comment. So no. It was invited.
Well, I think that's absolutely right, Commissioner Tuttle. And as you know, the reality of the matter is we got a lot of comments in the public comment period on this. But I think that, you know, given there's some very specific decisions that we have to make about this, as is evidenced by the agenda today, I think it's appropriate to give people the opportunity to comment on very specific regulations as opposed to the general concept. But we absolutely got a lot of comments at your initiative and suggestion on this concept, on this topic. So thank you for that. Commissioner McBride?
I mean, I agree with the idea that this should go back out for comment. We are essentially creating a new license type. And while we agreed on some very broad topics previously, there are some very specific details that I think a lot of people will want to provide comment on. So I think it's appropriate that we put this back out for comment. So I appreciate you, Mr. Chair, thinking this through and considering this. So thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Flanagan, any comments? Are you okay with that the proposed process?
No, I'm fine with the proposed process. I still have concerns about delivery in general.
Sure.
And would like to hear from the community at large as to what their thoughts are. And I think that this is going to be a significant change, as was said. So it's important that we get the input of the public.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And so we'll go ahead and, as I said, after we finish this conversation, I'll go through a proposed timeline and sequence for that process. I do want to apologize to staff particularly, but to my fellow commissioners and to the public. Obviously, what this is going to mean is a few more public meetings that have not currently been that are not currently on the calendar. And they all take work from staff. They all take preparatory time from the commissioners. I don't see any other option, though, but to put a couple more on the agenda, and I thank everybody for their forbearance as far as that goes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd also like to thank Commissioner McBride, because she essentially is our drafting team and taking the lead on this, which is a lot of extra effort on her part. And so as much as we can be helpful, I'm willing to help her.
I'm roping in plenty of people from staff.
Well, first of all, as I was going to introduce this topic, I was going to thank Commissioner McBride for taking the leadership on it. So thank you for raising that, Commissioner Flanagan. I absolutely agree with you. But I also know that Commissioner McBride has had the help of a number of staff members who I'm sure she'll refer to as we go into this conversation. But thank you so much for your leadership, Commissioner McBride, on this topic. I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to folks like Rebecca Lopez, our enforcement counsel, and to General Counsel for putting together some background memos on this that have been extraordinarily helpful, and the rest of the drafting team,
Tim Barwise, Kyle Potvin, Matt Giancola, Rebecca, and I am leaving out somebody, and I am so sorry. Who am I leaving out? I apologize, but it's going to be, we're far from being done. Oh, I'm sorry, Adriana Campos, of course, our CFO. We're far, we're just starting to put things together, and it's going to be a lot of work in a short period of time, but I know everyone's going to bring their best to it.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. And so I don't like putting you on the spot, Commissioner McBride, but your team, as you just referred to them, have taken the high-level decision we made on the 28th to create this new kind of license type, and have taken on the challenge of turning that into regulatory language and working through all the details. And in the course of that process, I think that you and the team have identified some issues or concerns or things that just need clarification that need to be addressed by the commission. Is that fair? And then if it is fair, I'd like to ask you to kind of start the conversation on those topics. But
I think we're even ahead. I mean, it's even kind of before that work. The phase that it is in right now is very much in a rough draft phase. Yep. But I think that in the process of putting together that rough draft, there have been elements that have come up that before we turn them into the language that would then be circulated to the commission, ultimately be voted on and put out to the public for comment, it was worth doubling back on some of those concepts, I think, to dig in a little bit and have some further conversations, which is why, Mr. Chair, I think this is on the agenda today.
Right. No, I think that's exactly right. And so, again, if it's okay, I would, given that your team has kind of, identified the issues that you need clarity on or clarification on, would you mind kind of just kicking off this conversation in terms of raising those topics?
Sure. So the first issue of delivery tiering was one that the license tiering was one that I had raised during our policy conversations. And largely the idea there was that there might be particular volumes or particular sizes of locations that would, maybe require additional resources from our staff that would then, maybe require tiering of licenses, different fees and things like that. I think that the more I've looked at this, I've sort of come to a place where ultimately I think the decisions that we've made to move forward with putting together regulations on wholesale that require warehousing mitigates to some degree the issue of tiering, because it really what we're talking about is compliance is going to be compliance, and the costs that are going to be associated with operating a space like a warehouse are going to be, they're going to be different variations on size of facility, but those costs I think are probably going to be more or less static across our resources. So in other words, it's not, it's going to be kind of a de minimis change in between different types of or different sizes of facilities, such that tiering might not be necessary or justifiable for our resource purposes. But I do think that this kind of bleeds into the next topic on repackaging, and in that context, compliance does come up.
Right. So if I could, just add to that. So in the only, parallel obviously is tiering in cultivation licenses, and that tiering was done based upon analysis that suggested there would be substantial differences in both inspection as well as compliance costs on our side as the size of the canopy grew. And that was the sole logic for tiering. Based upon Commissioner McBride's conversations with our licensing and enforcement staff, it doesn't seem to be, in their opinion, that that's the case here. So tiering, at least in my opinion, is not required here. What I did hear, though, and I'm not trying to get too far ahead of us, but what I did hear is that if you added the compliance challenges when a wholesale deliverer was doing repackaging and or reprocessing, that did represent a significant difference in compliance costs versus a wholesaler that was not doing repackaging and reprocessing. So to the extent that we want our licenses to the application and license fees to reflect the actual costs of administration, that would be the distinction in my mind, not the size of the operation. So I think I'm probably just taking a long way to say I agree with what Commissioner McBride just said, but like Commissioners Flanagan or Title, if you have any thoughts on that. Commissioner Title? You're on mute, I think, Commissioner Title.
Thank you. That is a very thoughtful way of looking at it, and I appreciate both of you explaining that. And I agree, but I also want to add the way that I'm thinking about it. So what I'm hearing is that we may not need tiering except for our own enforcement costs. If there's repackaging activity or something similar, we may need it for that. That makes sense to me. When tiering was presented at the last meeting, what I hadn't thought about, but what I thought was very smart to get ahead of, is that I would like to know the size of these businesses. And I would like to know if they are not a small business anymore. And I think that municipalities, consumers, there's other stakeholders who would want to know. And so I would be fine with even just 2 tiers if we took our definition of small business that we had come up with for the fee waiver purposes and just classified these into small businesses and not small businesses. That would serve the purposes that I was thinking of.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, any thoughts?
I agree. I'm not necessarily sure we need tiering. Again, I have serious concerns about delivery, and while I agree with Commissioner Title, I want to know if these people are big businesses or little businesses. I think that it's important for us to have a delivery license where we don't make it so complex. And as Commissioner McBride said, enforcement is going to be enforcement and compliance is compliance. So I'd like to hear what the public has to say about it, but I'm okay if we eliminate the tiering piece of it.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask Commissioner Title, when you say you want to know what is a small business versus what you said was a not small business, I don't know if there's a difference between a not small business and a big business, but what would be the difference if there were 2 tiers of license? Would there be different in your recommendation or thinking? Would there be different application or license fees? What would be the actual practical implication of tiering the way you just proposed?
I think the practical implication is being able to differentiate those 2 categories, because down the line, the commission might find that there are certain barriers that we need to address. For example, when we came up with pre-certification, we may come up with a parallel to that. And if it's expensive for us, fee waiver is another good example. We're just going to have to decide if this is for everybody or if this is for small businesses only. And I also think that it would be useful to just know for these businesses, given that no state has done an exclusivity period like this before, how big the businesses are getting and how successful they're getting, just for our own data collection purposes and transparency.
We could monitor that without tiering, however.
Yeah, if folks are against tiering for that reason, then that's okay. If we could collect that information and then share it, that would probably serve the same purpose. Maybe not quite as conveniently, but I would defer to everybody on that.
Mr. Executive Director, again, all these conversations somehow always end up in your lap in terms of increased workload. Any thoughts on that? our ability to collect data with respect, so we can see, over this 3-year exclusivity period that we voted on last time, how this segment of the industry shakes out in terms of scale and equity of the marketplace?
Yeah, I think we'd have to put and thank you for the question. I think we'd have to put our heads together using probably our research department and Dr. Julie Johnson a little bit on data collection, what the right data points are. But we are the beneficiaries of a lot of data, whether it be the industry portal registering agents and the seeing how many registered agents are affiliated with each business. But it also could be something that we gather additional data upon renewal, or to your point, I don't want to overcomplicate things, but the exclusivity period is determined based on the commission's findings. So it's now our responsibility to go and capture that information to ensure that you have a full picture from which to decide. So I'd say it's possible, but I'm also committing folks that are going to be much smarter than me to decide this. So
I appreciate that, Mr. Executive Director. Let's, if we could, continue the conversation. We'll come back and articulate proposed motions and have discussion about Commissioner Title. Go ahead.
Sorry, could I ask the Executive Director a question?
Absolutely. If he's willing, I can let you answer the question. I can't make him answer it, however.
That is fair. I can't make him answer it either. This is just tangentially related, but on the topic of collecting data, do we collect wholesale prices right now when one business sells to another business? And if not, can we collect that?
The specific answer is yes, but. So we don't collect it at every transaction, and that is something we're actually working on. The reason we don't collect it at every transaction is there are some wholesale transactions that are within the same business. So the metric manifest that would accompany that transfer does not include, it includes a field that could be filled out, but we're actually working right now with Metric to implement a complete industry-wide capture of that. There's also some bartering that may go on B2B that we want to be sensitive to, but we will be asking the business to at least assign a market value to that. So the answer is we do capture it in some instances, but not all. Our intention is to collect it at all instances.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So let me push the conversation along a little bit and get kind of to topics 2 and 3, repackaging and reprocessing. So as Commissioner McBride mentioned, in her team's work doing the drafting and speaking with representatives from our enforcement and compliance group, they did say there would be substantial compliance cost differences between a wholesaler that did repackaging and reprocessing and one that did not. To me, that suggests 2 possibilities that I'll put on the table, but Commissioner McBride, obviously, please feel free to flesh this out even more if necessary. One is to tier, but not tier by size, but have essentially 2 categories or subcategories of this license type: one that allows for repackaging and reprocessing, one that does not. That's one option, and I'm not advocating. I'm just saying I think that's one option. A second option is to, at least for the time being, not allow for repackaging or reprocessing, require that to be done by the cultivator or the manufacturer from whom the wholesaler is purchasing. To me, if we go that route, I think it's imperative that we also allow for white labeling, to allow these wholesalers to, if they choose to develop and build a brand. Obviously, if they were to white label, they would have all the labeling requirements that are in place for retailers. But that would, if we were to say, the repackaging or reprocessing has to occur at the manufacturer or the cultivator, I think that would substantially reduce the compliance challenge that we would face, point 1. And point 2, and I have spoken to a couple of the people that are thinking about opening these businesses. Having the cultivator or the manufacturer do the reprocessing or the repackaging is, first of all, is pretty typical for most other industries. Not that's one of the things that you work with your suppliers to do, to package or process in a way that you think is best for your business. and have that done by your suppliers rather than by yourself. It reduces your own capital costs. But the other thing that I think is true is if we were, for the time being, to say no repackaging or no reprocessing, it would not fundamentally change the economics that the wholesale delivery companies would face, particularly, again, if we explicitly allowed for white labeling, even if there was no reprocessing or repackaging. So to me, I just wanted to put those two options on the table. I think they're both viable options. I have an opinion, as I'm sure everybody else does on those, but I just want to put those on the table for thoughts and reaction. Commissioner McBride, did I articulate that accurately?
I think so. I mean, in thinking about this, I was reflecting back on the joint CCC-CAB meeting that we had a few weeks ago, and this topic came up during that meeting, and I asked a question that was, sort of a similar question to kind of how would wholesale, right, if we were talking about not necessarily finished marijuana products, but if we were talking about bulk marijuana, right, like how would that sort of transpire? What would the processes around that look like? And one of the things that came up was this notion of, well, it could be something where a cultivator is responsible for sort of doing that packaging ahead of time, and then it could be white labeled. And I think that makes a lot of sense, certainly looking at it from a compliance perspective. Our compliance looks different if we are inspecting for repackaging. And I think that enabling there to be this option of white labeling happening either at the wholesale level or prior to it coming to the wholesaler at the level of the cultivator or the product manufacturer, I think gives some options there. And I think that provides an option that doesn't significantly. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My children are coming in the room. I apologize. Right. I think it doesn't significantly cut into the business model or substantially change that business model. So yeah, that's kind of my thinking on it.
And I said, I think the business model that Commissioner McBride and I were articulating, and again, as an option, is a pretty common business model for other industries where there's a delivery or a wholesale middle person that does warehousing as well. I think it's a pretty common model to have the reprocessing and the repackaging, and if you want to negotiate it, the white labeling actually done by the supplier, whether it's the manufacturer or the cultivator. So I don't think we're talking about or suggesting a unique business model that would only make sense in the marijuana business. I think this is a pretty standard model in other industries. Commissioners Title or Flanagan, any thoughts? Commissioner Flanagan, Title, excuse me.
The only part of this that I feel strongly about is that I would like to retain the delivery businesses option to repackage. Whether they can reprocess and whether they can white label, I'm open-minded on.
Mr. Flanagan, any thoughts?
I think I'm more comfortable with the white labeling than repackaging. I think we need to be very cognizant of what can happen with that. And I get that other industries are allowed to do this, but I also know that this industry is new to Massachusetts, and I would just like to flesh it out further.
To clarify, Commissioner Flanagan, I was suggesting that the repackaging and reprocessing, if it's done at the cultivation or manufacturing stage, is what's common to other industries, not the wholesalers doing repackaging and reprocessing, but their suppliers doing it for them.
Right.
Okay. Commissioner Title, could you, since you're very strong in terms of your support of repackaging, could you talk about that a little bit, if you wouldn't mind?
Yes, I think that there's a consistency issue because we just changed the regulations for retailers to be able to repackage. And so I think if retailers can do it in their store, then delivery operators should be able to as well. Just within that definition of repackaging, which it might be helpful if we're going to continue with this conversation to just clarify what we mean when we say white labeling, because I think there's different definitions. But at least in terms of repackaging, if retailers can do it, then I think delivery operators should be able to do it as well.
I thought you were going to head slightly in a different direction. What is your definition, or what's the definition that you recall for retail? What does repackaging entail? What are retailers allowed to do with respect to repackaging explicitly?
Sure, I can pull up that definition. It's basically not changing the chemical composition. I think that was the defining factor, but let me pull up the definition.
I have it here if you need it.
Oh, yeah, could you read it, Commissioner Craig?
So repackage means to uniformly wrap or seal marijuana that has already been wrapped or sealed into a ready-made product for retail sale without combining, infusing, or changing the chemical composition of the marijuana.
Okay. And Commissioner McBride, in your conversations with our enforcement team, how do you think that the substantial increase in compliance costs are related to repackaging or reprocessing, or both? How would you think they'd feel if we allowed repackaging but not reprocessing?
I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, that was an unfair question. I apologize.
So I think that part of the I think that part of the concern is going to be about. I think part of it is going to be about scale. I think it's about volume, and so it's an additional compliance cost that I think if the idea is that we're trying to provide a mechanism where we have wholesale delivery, I think that the option of it being a finished marijuana product that is being delivered, and that can be in the form of a pre-roll, it can be in the form of a packaged 8, but it would be something that would be packaged and accounted for prior to it coming to the wholesale delivery operator. And I think that there's a comfort that there is just a level of knowing, how many units are walking from the cultivator or going from the cultivator to the wholesaler, and being able to put that level of certainty on that transaction, I think is something that provides it provides a level of compliance comfort that I think that if we are thinking about trying to balance both what is going to enable some avenues to be opened here for this license type, while also looking at what we as a commission want or need for it to look like from a compliance perspective, it feels to me like striking a middle there where, it's finished marijuana products and we have some more certainty about, about our abilities, and the ease of compliance there makes sense. So I think that's sort of the heart of where the concern or where the preference would be. But I would also invite the executive director to weigh in on this if he has further thoughts about the issue of compliance.
Mr. Executive Director?
Sure. I think along those lines, it is certainly a traceability element for us if things are to be repackaged, especially when bulk becomes saleable final sized inventory. And I think that is something we do have to be sensitive to as far as monitoring it. And I think to Commissioner Title's point, it is something that does occur at a retailer today, that being a stationary facility. I think in our interactions with them are routine and regular. I don't think that's going to be different in a delivery context. The concern on a warehouse side could be, from an enforcement standpoint, that this is larger inventory that when it is repackaged, where that occurs, when that occurs, and ultimately knowing that this product at all times, given the regulations as they exist today, must be done under security camera and monitored, as well as that activity being managed through our traceability system. It is something, though, that our reconciliation of that is going to be enforcement and personnel heavy. And so I just think that's something that the commission certainly, and we as the staff that implement it, just need to be mindful of and cognizant of. But anytime there's an activity that is going to take a larger bulk product and potentially repackage it, that's something that we're going to pay attention to. So, and there is, again, a human expense to that, or a human cost or time expense to that. Sorry,
I didn't mean to interrupt, Mr. Collins. Can you just help me out with something that you covered, but maybe get a little more detail? I'm very much of the belief, I think, aligned with Commissioner McBride, that finding the middle ground here, as I think we try to do on all of our decisions, is the right thing to do. That being said, can you help me understand the difference from a compliance and enforcement standpoint of repackaging at a retailer versus what you would think would happen at a wholesaler, a delivery wholesaler? And why the compliance costs would be different, or the compliance challenges would be different?
To be clear, I'm not saying the challenges or cost would be different. I think there are also, we might be merging, this might be my mistake, merging reprocessing and repackaging. The repackaging could also be the element of changing the label over, and that's something that obviously we want to make sure that all of that has that traceability back to the original wholesale or cultivated product. So the final product as it was lab tested and as we had that identifying metric ID on it. The reprocessing, the cleanest example I can give you is taking bulk flower and turning it into pre-rolls. As that occurs, that the instance of where that would become a different product as far as we would be concerned is perhaps infusing oil into that pre-roll. Right. That requires a product manufacturing license.
Yeah. So I don't think anybody here, I think if I'm listening to my fellow commissioners, we're really focused very specifically on repackaging. I don't feel any support for reprocessing the way you just articulated it. Sure. So to me, the very specific question is, what are there differences in compliance costs or challenges between a retailer repackaging and a delivery wholesaler repackaging in your estimation?
And not to try to weasel out of the answer, I think it depends on where the repackaging actually occurs. If it occurs isolated in the warehouse or depot facility of the delivery operator, the only sometimes the repackaging can be done in front of the consumer, and so you take bulk flower, turn it into pre-jars in front of them. That would not happen here, presumably. If it's isolated in that facility, the warehouse facility, the depot, I would argue that the repackaging costs, our compliance costs, would be generally the same, just broader, given that there'd be more facilities to be monitored.
Commissioner Tata.
I think that it certainly makes sense that if they are going to be repackaging in their warehouse, that there is an added compliance enforcement cost there, and that we would be entitled to ask for more from them, and whether it's in the application, if they're planning on participating in that activity, or a larger fee to account for that compliance check. But I think where we veer into kind of paternalistic or restrictive territory, and I'm saying this also as preemptively when we come back after public comment, is if we are trying to artificially restrict these companies from activities that other companies can do who are taking product and selling it to consumers. I think that warrants taking a step back and looking at the big picture. Why are we doing this? Because we have this gigantic imbalance that we're trying to fix, right, between those companies that are eligible for this type of license and everyone else. And so if we don't have a good reason to restrict a company from doing something that other similar companies are able to do, then we should not do it. I think that's a general foundational principle that we should follow.
Is that still consistent, Commissioner Title, with I think what you said originally, which is that you could live without reprocessing, but you really felt strongly about repackaging?
Yes, and I'm also neutral on white labeling.
Yeah, well, I'm a little surprised at that. Could I ask you about that? Because to me, white labeling is, it does have requirements that, you know, a new label follows all of the regulatory requirements of labeling in retail. And to me, it's a plus in that it allows these delivery wholesale companies to build and grow a brand. So I guess your neutrality surprises me, I guess.
I agree with you. I just thought if someone has a compelling reason why they shouldn't be allowed to white label, then, you know, they should be able to say so, but I agree with you.
Okay. Commissioner McBride, what do you feel? You know, you I think were very eloquent in articulating, you know, the quest for an appropriate middle ground, given that we're doing something new and unprecedented here. How do you feel about a delivery that would have a license that, or wholesale delivery license that would have no tiering, would allow for repackaging, would allow for white labeling? I guess it would have horizontal tiering, so there would be different application and license fees if they repackaged versus if they didn't repackage, but we wouldn't have tiering based upon size, and we would allow white labeling whether the repackaging was done by the licensee or by their suppliers. Go ahead.
I guess you know my concern is going to continue to be compliance, and I think that I don't disagree with Commissioner Title that, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I mean, you know, maybe it's a matter of repackaging needs to happen. Maybe repackaging has to happen in front of a consumer. If you're making, you know, individual jars, it needs to happen right there. And the reason why I think that lends some, you know, additional fidelity to compliance is that if you have somebody that's repackaging it right there in front of you, it's going to get weighed out accurately every time. You have additional eyes, it's right there in front of you, and you've got a consumer that's sitting there and saying, I can see what's happening right in front of me. I am concerned that we could end up with repackaging at a warehouse facility where that same fidelity is not going to be true, and we won't catch up to it until it has been long gone. And our compliance isn't going to be, you know, it's not going to be someone standing there every single day watching this get measured out and weighed. I mean, it's really going to be about reconciling, I think, as the executive director said, and that is something that I have concerns isn't going to happen in real time. I mean, it's going to happen. There's going to be some lag there. So, this is purely from, you know, my perspective of trying to make sure that our kind of chain of custody and that it is that is a fundamental piece of delivery. It's a foundational piece of delivery, and why we have spent so much time in creating the process that we have, and why it has been subject to criticism is because there are realities there that, you know, that chain of custody sort of, it is a little bit, there can be some I don't know, some places where it's maybe not as strong just by virtue of the fact that it's remote and that you're actually traveling with things. And so my perspective on that, no surprise to anybody who has paid attention to this, is really trying to plan for situations and then mitigate the risks associated with those situations to the best of my ability. Here, the risk that I'm identifying is that reconciliation, there's going to be a lag in reconciliation, that there's some concern there about having it having small amounts measured out, but not doing it in front of a consumer, not having additional eyes on it at all times, and that creates, the potential for compliance difficulties from the perspective of enforcement and from the commission. So I guess those are my thoughts and my concerns about it. Again, in trying to bridge that gap, coming to a place where finished marijuana products could include things, like pre-rolls, like a prepackaged eighth, and then allow for there to be branding that's actually done by the wholesaler through white labeling, I think I'm obviously biased. To me, that feels like it trying to strike a middle ground there, or trying to, I guess, give some other angle, right? Like kind of provide another angle where there are other opportunities that I think are really good opportunities for these licensees to really brand themselves and sort of, get embedded, right? Like as a business. So I guess that's my thought about it, and where my concern really comes from, and why as I've sat down and tried to put pen to paper, this issue sort of came up for me, is like how is this practically speaking going to work for us in terms of compliance.
Yeah, what causes me to kind of come down on the side of Commissioner McBride on this, A, I share her concerns, but B, as I said in my earlier comments on this topic, I don't think we're taking anything away from the arsenal that these delivery companies will have to grow their business successfully and differentiate their business successfully. They can negotiate with their suppliers, whether they're cultivators or manufacturers, to do reprocessing and repackaging. While they'll pay more for the product if they do that, they also will substantially reduce their own operating costs because they won't be doing it themselves. So I think that, A, we would not take anything away from their competitive arsenal if we were to limit or not allow delivery, repackaging or reprocessing, and B, we don't change the economics of these delivery companies at all, or if we do, in a very de minimis fashion. And so, to me, that's a nice middle ground, which is we deal with some of our regulatory and compliance concerns, but we're not really putting any kind of constraints on these companies in terms of how they compete and what their economics look like. So that's my logic for kind of being parked in the camp that Commissioner McBride is parked in on this.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Please go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
So I mentioned earlier that I think repackaging, whether it's in a delivery context or in a retail context, is largely the same from a compliance standpoint. But I do think I should acknowledge at least that repackaging does pose a compliance issue for us at large, whether it would be in a delivery context or a retail context. And to shed some light on that, it really is as I indicated, that bulk product, whether it be in a bin or some sort of pail or bucket, let's use bulk flower as the example. When it leaves either the cultivator as the finished raw bulk flower and heads to the retailer, it's all weighed out and again done on camera and with that precision that we're looking for. And in the manifest, we require not just the bulk flower to be weighed out, but also the package that itself in the bin, so to speak, to be measured and weighed. If it's repackaged, we require each of those individual packages to be weighed and the label affixed. But that's where that reconciliation, for us at least on a compliance standpoint, really does get complicated around that reconciliation. So it's I don't want to gloss over the fact that repackaging it is a business practice. It is allowed in a retail context. But from a compliance standpoint, between our investigators and compliance officers, it is something that they spend a great deal of time monitoring and trying to reconcile. But I think we also have to acknowledge our own existing limitations when it comes to that compliance piece, given all the other compliance matters that may arise randomly or may just be part of our routine. So it is business practice in operation today in this industry, and we respect that, but it doesn't make it less complicated for us to police or monitor. So just wanted to, I guess, make sure the commission was clear on my thinking of it, that there's certainly operational concerns moving forward, again, whether it's retail or delivery.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Commissioner Title, anything to say in kind of response to what Commissioner McBride and I just went through?
Even though I disagree, what I really appreciate is the approach you both took, where you're thinking about the practical effect, and that if the business can have the cultivator or manufacturer do the same thing, that we're not taking away that practice necessarily from the delivery business. So I can live with that. I appreciate that approach, and I imagine that as public comment comes in, we're going to have to keep going through that same thought process.
My prediction is we're going to hear a lot about this topic in the public comment. So, it strikes me that we're kind of at a point where we might entertain a motion. The motion would be that we are not going to allow repackaging or reprocessing. We will allow white labeling. Of course, we'll put all the precise definitional language around what those things mean, and we have them already to the large extent in our regulations. But we will not allow repackaging or reprocessing, and we will not tier. But we will monitor, as I don't know if we need additional regulatory language, but we will monitor how this market evolves over the 3-year exclusivity period in terms of the size and competitiveness of the size of the businesses and competitiveness of the marketplace. Does that kind of cover the turf we just discussed? Anything that any of the commissioners would add to what I just said? Commissioner McBride, from a drafting team standpoint, does that give you what you need?
I think so, Mr. Chair. I mean, I would, do we need a motion on this?
But before I ask for a motion, I just want to make sure that there weren't any other topics that we needed to address.
Not at this juncture. I'm quite sure that there will be other topics that we'll need to address at a later date and time, but I think that in terms of drafting, this provides direction, so thank you. Okay.
I always prefer that one of the commissioners make the motion. Would you mind, Commissioner McBride, making the motion?
Sure. So I just drafted this. I hope it makes sense. Move that wholesale delivery license regulations be drafted to allow for white labeling, but not repackaging, reprocessing, or tiering among licensees. Does that make sense?
Does to me. Can any comment on that before I ask for a second? Commissioner Title?
Could we just remove the reference to tiering? Because if we don't do it, then we don't do it, but it still reserves the right in the future.
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments then? So Commissioner McBride, I'm sorry, would you read your proposed motion again, or your motion again,
sure.
Subject to the change that Commissioner Title requested?
Sure. So move that wholesale delivery license regulations be drafted to allow for white labeling, but not repackaging or reprocessing.
Any comments before, again, I ask for a second to that motion? Commissioner Title, would you make a second then, please, to that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you. Commissioner McBride, or any, yeah, Commissioner Title, go ahead.
Can I make a couple further comments?
On this topic or other topics? I just want to make sure we're done with this topic before we get it. So is it on this topic?
It's on this topic, yeah, and it's relatively brief.
Then please go ahead.
Thank you. The first is just, as I mentioned before, I think there's different definitions of white labeling. So
Yep.
just to clarify, we're all thinking of it the same way. If I was a delivery business, I would have the manufacturer make for me units of a product, and they would say like Shalene's delivery business, but then they would also say where the product was manufactured. Is everyone thinking of it the same way?
So I can actually, I can tell you what my draft of a definition is for white labeling. Give me 1 second. White labeling means to affix a product label that includes the branding, including the name and logo of a specific marijuana establishment licensee to a finished marijuana product that was previously produced and packaged by a licensed product manufacturer, cultivator, microbusiness, or craft marijuana cooperative for sale to consumers.
Perfect. And so that implies that the consumer would also know which manufacturer or cultivator created the product.
Yeah, it would have to include all of the same information that would normally be included on any of our labeling. So it would have to comply with our labeling requirements. But then in addition to that, it could include the name and logo of the wholesale delivery operator.
Perfect. Thank you for being ahead of me on that. Can I make one more comment, Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
Just preemptively, because it has been brought up over the past few days, I expect we might get public comment about caps on these businesses in terms of how much business they can do or how much revenue they can make or something else. And I just wanted to say preemptively that I am adamantly against caps like that.
Thank you. I think I appreciate that, Commissioner Tyler. I think that you know, the request that we've made of the executive director, which I don't think needs to get into the regulations, but is certainly something that I know the executive director will honor our request on, is as we monitor this market over the 3-year exclusivity period and see how it evolves. I personally reserve the right to change my thinking on it, but I think it's way premature at this point in time to make any decisions until we see how this market evolves, in my opinion. Commissioner McBride?
I would like to say that I don't want to prematurely cap it either, but I am going to say that as is consistent with I think, you know, an approach that we've taken as a commission for the past 3 years, we've been really cognizant about not allowing 1 or 2 or 3 entities to come in and to create a situation where our market can be manipulated. And I believe that should be true. We have put in really tight control requirements, right? And the cap requirements and the way that we enforce those, I think we have been consistent and spot on with regard to that. And I think that same mentality needs to be brought here. It needs to be applied across every license type that we have. So while we may not be thinking about caps, I do implore us to be cognizant of creating a dynamic where we are, you know, allowing for there to be 1 or 2 entities that over a period of time are going to come in and be able to control the market here in the Commonwealth.
Great. Okay. So Commissioner McBride, again, we're set in terms of your team having what it needs to continue its drafting process.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on delivery before I just move on to the kind of upcoming commission meeting and regulatory schedule? And then can we go to the next slide, please, Erica? Okay, so today we had our regularly scheduled monthly commission meeting. I thought it was a good one and a productive one, so thank you to the staff again for all of your help getting us ready, and thank you to my fellow commissioners for what I thought was a very good, constructive conversation on all the topics that were covered today. On the 24th of September, we will review the draft delivery regulations that we just discussed around policy. Commissioner McBride feels comfortable that her drafting team is far enough along, even though I think what you said you had a rough draft in place right now. But Commissioner McBride has told me that she's comfortable that her team will be able to take what we decided today and turn them into draft regulations that will be distributed to the commissioners ahead of time and then discussed and voted on September 24th. So that's that. We will have a regularly scheduled public meeting on October 8th, but sometime after the 24th, once the draft regulations have been voted on and approved on the 24th and are promulgated by the Secretary of State, we will open a public comment period for the draft, these new draft delivery regulations for wholesaling. Again, the dates are not explicit yet, but it will be in the October timeframe. And then once we have closed that public comment period, and again, a date in October to be determined, then we will have a policy discussion as we've had every other time on do we want to make any changes to our draft regulatory language on wholesale delivery based upon the public comment and feedback that we get. We'll have that conversation in probably the latter part of October, and then based upon any changes we make there, they'll be embedded into our draft regulations, and we will vote on final regulations probably pretty close to the end of October. So these TBD dates will be specified once we've got a clear sense of commissioner availability. Again, my apologies. What you see here are a few more meetings than we had scheduled previously, and I really do appreciate the time and energy involved on the staff and the commission's part in getting ready for these meetings, but I think this is absolutely the right way to proceed. So the September 24th date is locked in. The dates TBD in October, hopefully we'll have locked in the next week or so, and we'll communicate them publicly, obviously. Are there any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners before I ask for a motion to adjourn? Okay, then there being no further business before the commission, may I ask for a motion to adjourn? Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. We are adjourned as of 2:51 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody, and be safe.